The Astros bats are alive and well as they win their 4th straight game. The homestand comes to a close today. Henry Sosa battles against his former franchise. Astros go for a sweep of the defending champion San Francisco Giants next on Fox Sports Houston. Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Fox Sports Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Today, it's the finale of the Astros' best homestand of the year. They try for a sweep against the defending world champion San Francisco Giants. Good afternoon, everybody. Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies. The Astros have won 4 in a row, and they're trying for their first home sweep of the season, JD.
They have not won 5 in a row yet this year, and it's going to be interesting to watch this one unfold. But let's take a look back at this homestand. The Astros really performing quite well in all facets of the game: hitting, pitching, defense. Starters have been good. The bullpen's been good. The highlight, of course, the game-winning ultimate grand slam off the bat of Brian Bogasevic. And, of course, 2 out of 3 against the Chicago Cubs. Solid start from Norris. Lyles good in his start last night. Wandy brilliant in his start Friday night. The bullpen, as I mentioned, has been outstanding. 8 dazzling innings from Wandy on Friday evening against the Giants. Obviously a team that's having a hard time scoring runs, but he was very, very good. Schuck, Martinez, Altuve, all the youngsters, Paredes, all contributing to this nice run for the Astros.
Inside the Parker last night from Altuve, and Martinez with a big 4 RBI game. So the Astros are in a very favorable position as they finish this homestand, and it comes your way next. Mr. Sweepy is here. Can the Astros sweep the defending world champions? It's Henry Sosa, who came from the Giants system, and he will start against them. Lefty Dan Runzler comes out of the Giants bullpen, and we'll see it in just a moment.
Brought to you by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. There you see inside the team store, you can get a lot of great souvenirs inside the team stores at Minute Maid Park. There you see the Astros on the field. And up in the booth is Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies.
Thank you, Greg. It is the finale of this homestand, the Astros' first winning homestand of the season. The Giants begin with Cody Ross in center field. Jeff Keppinger follows at second base. Pablo Sandoval at third base. Aubrey Huff, the former Astro, at first. Nate Shearholz in right. Brandon Belt in left. Mike Fontenot at short. Chris Stewart, the catcher. Dan Runzler, the pitcher. First major league start for him.
Hard-throwing right-hander Henry Sosa makes his third major league start. Gave up 4 runs on 6 innings against the Cubs on Monday. 6-4 in his previous start, too, against the Diamondbacks. But sharper in that outing against the Cubs. Walked a couple, punched out 6. He probably has a little extra juice right now going against the club that he spent his minor league career with.
Cody Ross with 10 homers, 41 runs batted in, a .239 average. Just took ball 1 down and in. Roller out to shortstop, fielded by Barmas. Turns into out number 1.
Let's take a look at the Astros defensively this afternoon. Martinez, Bourgeois, Michaels covered the outfield here at Minute Maid Park. Paredes, Barmas, Altuve, Lee across the infield. Carlos Corporan is the catcher.
Well, the first inning will be a key for Sosa, who said he wanted to adjust some things because in his first major league start in Arizona, he gave up 3 in the first, including a lead-off homer to Willie Bloomquist. And then last time out against the Cubs on Monday night, he gave up 2 in the first inning. So he has out number 1, and now it's Keppinger. 300 for Jeff, 5 homers. He's driven in 23. Looking at ball 1, coming off a wrist injury, which kept him on the bench for all but 1 pinch hit at bat Friday night. And last night he started and had a double and a single in 5 trips. In the air and a foul ball back makes it a 1-1 count. And Sosa with this opportunity to make his third major league start. We just got the news right before the game today that Jordan Lyles will be optioned to AAA Oklahoma City, and his innings will be controlled there. When he comes back to the Astros in September, it will be in relief. Backhanded, Barmas with the throw. 2 outs, and Jordan Schaefer joins the Astros tomorrow night in Colorado. He had a big night last night with 5 hits. He will be activated for the game tomorrow night. Jordan Lyles will be sent down for a few days to Oklahoma City, and then we'll come back in the bullpen for the Astros in September.
And my understanding is that he will work in the bullpen down at Oklahoma City as well. So his last major league start anyway for the year was last night, and it was a good one. He ended on a positive note with 5 innings of 2-run baseball, and those runs were unearned.
Pablo Sandoval, a .309 hitter with 14 homers, has driven in 48. Big cut there for the Kung Fu Panda, and it is strike 1.
Fastball clocked at 94 miles an hour. We've seen Sosa as high as 96. Really aggressive with the heater here this afternoon. He also has a slider and a changeup.
Sandoval's late, and very good location on that one by Sosa. 0-2. Sandoval had a 2-run double in the 9th last night, also a single and a walk to get to those numbers for the season. Aubrey Huff is on deck. And he just got a tiny piece of it popping out of Corporan's mitt.
He ticked it.
Yeah, he ticked it.
Good old tick. Carl's going to have to work on that.
Oh, so close to an inning-ending strikeout for Sosa. He struck out 10 in his first 12 innings. It's 1-2. Henry had been working in relief in the minor leagues for the Giants. Much prefers to start. And when the Astros got him in the Keppinger trade, they moved him into the rotation in the minors. That's in the air, and coming over is Jimmy Paredes for out number 3. Totally different first inning for Sosa today. 1-2-3. come up against lefty Dan Runzler in his first major league start with Jose Altuve at second base. Jason Bourgeois in center field. J.D. Martinez in left. Carlos Lee at first. Jimmy Paredes at third. Clint Barma shortstop. The right fielders Jason Michaels with the catcher Carlos Corporan, and Henry Sosa does the pitching.
Left-hander Dan Runzler makes his first major league start here this afternoon. He had been working out of the Giants bullpen. He was a starter with their AAA club this year. At the big league level, he's pitched 19 times, and he's 1-2 with a 6.64 ERA. He's walked 11, struck out 18 in 20 in the third innings. Defensively, the Giants go Belt, Ross, Shearholtz across the outfield. Panda, Fontenot, Keppinger, Huff on the infield. And Stewart is behind the dish. He's been back there all 3 games of this series.
Altuve takes, and it's a fastball, ball 1 to a leadoff man with a 3-game hitting streak, who hit that inside the park leadoff homer last night. 327, 1 homer, 6 runs batted in.
Runzler is not your crafty lefty type. He's overpowering. Fastball averaging about 95 miles an hour. That's out of the pen, so maybe won't sit there as a starting pitcher, but he's got outstanding stuff. Throws hard, good slider, but erratic. Control is an issue. Astros are going to have to be patient here today.
2-1. Altuve with that rarity. We'll talk more about that after this pitch. Fights it off. He became the first player since Richie Ashburn in 1948 to have a leadoff inside the park homer as his first major league homer. Last Astro to hit an inside the park homer for his first major league homer was Butch Henry, the pitcher, 92. Still 2-2, and Altuve went on to have a couple more hits in the game last night. Another 3-hit game for Jose.
I think you should say to Jose after the game, you're the only guy to do that other than Richie Ashburn, and see what kind of a reaction you get.
Okay.
See if he has any idea who Whitey was.
We'll try it. Foul away as he battles on Runzler. Bourgeois on deck. Martinez to follow. Runzler drafted in 07. Made his major league debut in 09. He was a 9th round pick in 07 from Santa Monica, California. Went to Cal Riverside. Last year had a good year in relief. 3-0 with a 3.03 ERA. Pitched a little bit in 09 in the big leagues. He gets a strikeout.
He was 2-3 with a 4.17 ERA with their AAA club this year. He made 10 starts. This little backdoor slider and just catches outer third. So he's stretched out. You know, innings should not be an issue. It's not like Chris Bochy's got to keep a close watch on him here this afternoon.
Strike 1 to Jason Bourgeois. 298 for Jason. 1 homer. He's driven in 13. He's starting now for the 19th time in the last 24 games. 1 for 3 in this series. Fouled away, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. With the move, and Jordan Schaefer will join the club, as we mentioned, tomorrow night in Colorado. So the Astros will be down a pitcher with Jordan Lyles headed for Oklahoma City. So they'll have to replace him in the rotation later on this week. And they have not announced any plans yet on that. Schaefer had a big night last night at Iowa. 5 for 5. He stole bases in the 9th inning, 2 bases on consecutive pitches, and went 9 for 15 in his 4 games. He'll play today for Oklahoma City before heading for Denver. Check swing call there by Lance Barksdale. 2-2. Shot on the ground. Huff. 2 outs. J.D. Martinez had a big night last night. 2-run double in the 3rd. 2-run homer in the 7th will come up.
Well, hits that ball fairly sharply, but Huff there to gobble it up. Yeah, J.D. had kind of been in a little bit of a downward trend there for a few games. Nice to see him bounce back with the night he had last night.
Hey, birthday time for J.D.
Who knew? Obviously somebody in the truck.
We just found out. There's ball 1.
24?
Yeah. 1987.
Man, the great Tuffy Rhodes. Chris Schenkel. Oh, man. Makes me want to watch some bowling.
He was smooth. Line drive, left field line, headed for the corner. Looks like another double for J.D. Martinez. It's number 7. Birthday hit for the 24-year-old.
Making a double, Barkeep. That slider, again, looked like they were trying to go backdoor with it, but he threw it down and over the plate, and a good swing by J.D.
We've said that often. Good swing by J.D. down through the years. He's aboard for Carlos Lee. Jimmy Paredes on deck. Carlos looks at strike one with 11 homers, 68 runs batted in, and a .260 batting average. 2 for 7 in this series. 2 for 13 on the homestand. That's in for strike 2 for Runzler. Runzler pitched against the Astros 3 times last year with an ERA of 0. It's 1-2.
Well, young fireballers today with Sosa and Runzler. Both guys can rush it up there in the mid-90s. So Carlos has been very good against lefties this year. .336, 5 bombs.
Strike 3 call. He looked at 3 strikes that at bat, and it's no runs a hit, and the man stranded after 1, no score.
By Hyundai. People are talking about Hyundai uncensored. See what they're saying at Hyundai.com.
Everybody getting all stocked up for the second inning. No score after 1. It's Aubrey Huff, the former Astro, leading it off in inning number 2. And it's ball 1 to Huff, a .248 hitter with 12 homers, 54 runs batted in. He hit number 12 last night in the 7th inning. He also had a single and a walk in that game. Sosa falls behind him. It's 2 balls and no strikes. When Huff ripped the homer in the 7th last night, it was on a 3-1 pitch. That's rolled foul. 2-1. He was facing the lefty last night, Sergio Escalona. Astros used Escalona for 1 2/3 innings in that game. He threw 27 pitches. That's ripped out toward right center field. J. Mike will watch it sail to the wall. Now it sticks at the base of the wall. A double for Huff, his 24th. Well hit ball by Aubrey.
Really had not been doing much coming into this series, but starting to show some life with the bat now, and he's such an important guy for them in the middle of that batting order, especially with Beltran hurt right now.
He's aboard for Shearholz now. Made with a good season underway. 278, 9 homers, 41 driven in. That soft pop goes out of play. Strike one. Playing right field for the injured Carlos Beltran. Tim Flannery. You know, Tim, one of our favorite guys, and he is the nephew of Hal Smith, who was the original catcher for the Colt 45s. He had a story to tell about Hal. That's a liner into right field. J. Mike over. The runner had to hold, and now Aubrey Huff gets a stop sign from Tim Flannery. He had to make sure that ball cleared the infield. It was sharply hit by Shearholz, and that did not allow Huff time to score on it. First and third, nobody out.
Huff with the hesitation and then not being a speedy guy to begin with, and Flannery no chance to send him here, but the Giants set up shop. First and third, nobody out. There he is doing a little hokey pokey. Right foot in, left foot in, and go the other way.
Yeah, hopping around. Now Brandon Belt of Nacogdoches. He went to high school in Lufkin at Hudson High School, and he's had a lot of friends and family here. 200 batting average, 4 homers. He's driven in 9. 0 for 4 in this series. The Astros set up for a double play. And Belt, who started at the University of Texas, fouls at strike one. Yeah, Hal Smith used to make a point with Tim Flannery that, well, he was the only one in the family who had a World Series ring because he played on the 1960 Pittsburgh Pirates. In fact, he hit a big home run that's kind of lost in the Bill Mazeroski game-winning home run from Game 7, but he hit an earlier 3-run homer that gave the Pirates the lead. Now Tim Flannery said he called Hal and informed him that he now can join him in the family having World Series rings.
And Flan did something that Hal has never done, and that is sing the national anthem before a game with the Grateful Dead. How about that?
Yeah, that's true.
And Flan, a very accomplished musician, and the remaining members of the Dead were performing the anthem out at the ballpark in San Francisco not too long ago, and they asked him to sing High Harmony, and he said, "Yeah, I'm in."
Nice. Rip to right field. That's going to be a 3-run homer for Brandon Belt. A belt for Belt, and that gives the Giants a 3-0 lead on his 5th major league long ball. A no-doubter.
Well, the young player just finding his way has not had a lot of success, but the Giants have high hopes that this young man will be a real difference maker in their lineup in the not too distant future, and he just delivered a big swing of the bat there. Fastball down and in where big lefties typically like the ball, and he explodes through it.
That's 5 homers, 12 runs batted in for Belt. Mike Fontenot hits that one toward the left field corner. J.D. Martinez coming over. 1 out. So after surmounting the first inning difficulties, Sosa 1-2-3 in the first, but now he runs into a 3-run roadblock right off the bat in the second. And Chris Stewart comes up.
Well, you know, you got to come off that fastball a little bit, establish a slider, maybe work in the changeup to some of these left-handed hitters.
Stewart at 209 has 1 homer. He's driven in 6.
Well placed fastball. Still the best pitch in baseball, but if you establish your secondary pitches, that allows you to get away with some less than well placed fastballs.
No balls, 2 strikes to Stewart.
Sosa, a heck of an athlete. I mean, he is lean and strong.
He spends a lot of hours in the gym. That's obvious. Upstairs with a 1-2 count.
Somebody was telling me yesterday he was a fairly accomplished javelin thrower.
Didn't know
back
that.
home, yeah.
Sure beats being a javelin catcher.
It's a much tougher assignment.
Yeah. 2-2 the count. All of those guys aren't around anymore.
Yeah, but you know, if you volunteer, it's an easy way to make the team. People aren't lining up for that gig.
Still 2-2 to Chris Stewart, 29 years old. The Belt family enjoyed the ride provided by Brandon with that 3-run homer.
In the middle of them, there's somebody not standing. Some probably second cousin that's a big Astro fan. So thanks for the tickets, but I'm not cheering for you.
Stewart strikes out. That's number 1 for Sosa. Short trip in from Lufkin. Now Dan Runzler. Runzler being a major league reliever until this point in an unfamiliar spot. The batter's box. There's strike 1. 0 for 1 in his career at the plate. He had made 72 relief appearances and not started a game until today. 1-1 for Sosa against Runzler. Just missing there. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Field and Culbreth is the home plate umpire. Giants are dead last in runs scored in the National League with 436. It's 2-2, and people keep bringing up last year when they were further behind than this 2.5 game margin by this date, but I really don't want to hear a lot about that. Totally different circumstance right now, and they're chasing a different team. 3-2. They've lost 16 of 22 and really have failed to generate much offense.
No, I would imagine, and Bruce Bochy probably would never admit to it, but if you were to say before the game, I'll give you 3 runs or what's behind the curtain, he might take the 3.
He might.
The way they've been scoring.
Yeah.
And I guarantee if you said 4 or what's behind the curtain, he'd take that 4.
You know it. Now walk to the pitcher. So that's a little brain cramp, and Doug Brocail will go out now to talk with Sosa.
They responded nicely after the home run, getting Fontenot and Stewart quickly.
That's a big opportunity for the 26-year-old right-hander. Sometimes players can key themselves very high when they have not had a lot of big league experience and know this is a nice chance for them to impress. Well, that's the difficulty of being a starting pitcher, just controlling all that. 6-16 for the Giants, their last 22. Good ERA, but not much batting average. Very low with runners in scoring position, 167.
And not hitting, and they don't walk either. You see that low on base percentage.
Cody Ross is the batter. He grounded to short earlier. Slider off the plate, ball 1. The Giants over the years have played very well in this ballpark. They're 27-16 at Minute Maid Park. Strike makes it a 1-1 count to Ross. Jay Happ is due to pitch today or tonight, whatever the case might be, for Oklahoma City. So there is that chance that Jay could be rejoining the Astros rotation later on in the week when Jordan Lyle's spot comes around again. The Astros will play 3 in Colorado. Wednesday is an afternoon game, and 4 in San Francisco on the trip. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Giants had a 4-game lead until this stretch, losing 16 of 22. But they have not fallen any further back this weekend, with Arizona also losing, and it's Atlanta 1, Arizona nothing in the middle of the 4th today. Out into shallow center field. Bourgeois coming in for the running catch. 3 runs on 3 hits. Belt hits a big home run close to home to make it 3-0 Giants.
Purchase the ticket package at Astros.com/dogday and score bullpen box seats for you and your dog on Astros Dog Leash and great pregame activities, all for just $40. Visit Astros.com/dogday today. Bill?
Patty, did you wind up bringing your dog last year?
No, I know you're going to remember this. I have cats.
Well, I thought you did, but that's one reason that you didn't bring a dog.
That's right. That's the main reason I didn't bring a dog.
You were promoting Cat Day.
I was trying. Nobody would let me. You all poo-pooed the idea.
We're still going to put it out there, though, and it might happen. Who knows?
I can only hope.
Jimmy Paredes takes a breaking pitch. There's strike one. 290 for Jimmy. 1 homer, 7 runs batted in. He's on a 3-game hitting streak. He's had good swings. 2 for 8 in this series. It's 0-2. And now Runzler with the early 3-0 lead goes to work in the second.
95 right by him.
Catcher Stewart had to come out of that crouch and dive for that one. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Right-handed hitters are hitting .341 against Runzler for the Giants. Missing there. It's 2-2. Brad Mills said he did not know a whole lot about Dan Runzler. That's into right field. Paredes reached out on a 2-strike pitch and sent it between first and second for a single. Hit number 2 for the Astros, and a 4-game hitting streak for Jimmy.
Dig up all the video you can of Runzler. Get all the scouting reports that have been filed on him over the years, both in his time with the Giants and in the minor leagues. Try to talk to as many people as you can to find out not only what kind of stuff does he have, but hey, how does he feel this position? Does he hold runners well? Does he have a good pickoff move?
Clint Barmas looks at ball 1. 253 for Clint, 8 homers, 26 runs batted in. Clint 1 for 5 with an RBI in this series, and he's going back home to Colorado. He's from Indiana but has a home in Colorado now. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Astros are the only team in the majors to be playing teams such as the Giants and Rockies, playing teams for the first time all season this late. But then it's concentrated into a couple of series pretty close together. 1-2. And because of that, the Astros will not be facing Tim Lincecum. He's due to pitch Wednesday for the Giants, which will mean his turn will not come up over the weekend when the Astros are in San Francisco. Matt Cain goes Tuesday against San Diego. They should see him on Sunday.
Hitters are probably not really bummed out about that.
2-2. Giants have an off day tomorrow, and they'll face Matt Latos when they open their homestand Tuesday night. They will be playing all NL West teams in the month of September. And tied for ball 3.
Talked about the need to be patient. You can see it here. Runzler working a lot of deep counts, and quite often you see Stewart set up on one side of the plate and reaching across to the other. Does not have good command. He's got good stuff. He's throwing hard, but doesn't throw it where he wants to very often.
Runner going, and it's foul back. Paredes took off on the 3-2. Now, Brad Mills was asked about the situation last night at second base. Jimmy Paredes was thrown out, tagging up on a fly ball to right, a sac fly by Clint Barmas. Carlos Lee scored on it. Paredes didn't think he would be out. Bobby Meacham didn't think that they'd be able to get him, but they did. But he didn't mind that aggressiveness. He goes, and it's ball 4, and the throw is irrelevant. Although if he throws it into center field, it might allow Paredes a chance to get to third. Now runners at first and second, nobody out for Michael. First walk for Runzler. Bochy shaking his head now as J. Mike with a 199 average. 2 homers, 9 runs batted in will bat. And, he had a double last night in 3 trips against the lefty Madison Bumgarner. We've seen the Astros bunt in situations somewhat similar to this, but that would be very surprising here.
One reason it wouldn't be surprising is because they've done it a fair bit here lately, but the situation says go ahead and swing. You got 8-hole hitter up next and then the pitcher. One of the reasons why Jason Michaels is in the lineup today is because there's a lefty on the mound and you feel like he can take advantage of it.
One and one. Michaels 0 for 1 in his career against Runzler. Clint Barmas is the only other Astro to have an at bat against him, and he's 0 for 1. J-Mike takes ball 2. Cappinger's trying to keep Paredes close at second base and then returning to his position just before the pitch is delivered. Paredes takes off. Both runners going. Throw to third. Not in time. Double steal. Paredes was flying from second base, and he stole third while Barmas stole second. Second steal for Paredes.
I like that. There's obviously some risk involved, nobody out, especially when you got a good throwing catcher behind the plate in Stewart. But I like this better than the bunt. I like the good aggressive play here. Paredes getting third, and Barmas keying off him, comes in and gets second base. It was close.
The pitch was ball 3. And now a walk. Loads the bases for Carlos Corporan.
Runzler has really shown no off-speed pitch of any value so far. He's shown a few sliders, but inconsistent with those. And Bruce Bochy really needs this ball game, so he's on the phone to the bullpen already.
That was the 6th double steal the Astros have pulled off this year. And now Corporan had a big game a couple days ago. Has driven in 8. He's hitting 198. And that was Friday night. He had 3 hits and a walk. 198 for Carlos and 8 runs batted in. Sosa on deck.
Yeah, he really hit the ball hard the other night. It wasn't like he was getting flares and bloopers. He was stinging the ball. Right-handed hitter this year. The switch hitting Corporan is hitting 267 from this side, 8 out of 30. 174 from the left side, but the damage he did the other night was as a left-handed batter. There's Guillermo Mota, the veteran, starting to loosen up.
He can provide several innings of relief at a time also. Corporan looks at ball 1. Corporan gave a great interview to Greg Lucas after that game Friday night. Very animated.
Oh, he's a wonderful guy.
Yeah,
he really is enjoying his time here and loves the game. He's having a lot of fun.
Love the way he and Wandy work together. It's 2-0. And you can see why that phone call went out for Mota to warm up.
Giants have not played with many leads lately, and Bruce Bochy just doesn't want to see this in a way.
Corporan. Yep. Cracked his bat on it too, and it's 2-1. Runzler started a game at Fresno 7 days ago, going 4 innings, giving up 3 runs, throwing 96 pitches. He walked 4 in that one. Had 31 walks in 49 2/3 innings at Fresno. Bouncer, double play ball here. Fontenot to Keppinger and then on over to Huff. 1 run scores, but the Giants exchange 2 outs for 1 run, and it's 3-1 now. No RBI for Corporan.
He let Runzler back into the count, swinging at that 2-0 pitch that was off the plate, and then the routine 6-4-3 double play is a huge one for the Giants. Now it's 2 outs, man on third with pitcher. But Sosa, good athlete. We've seen him take some good swings already.
Strike 1. He is 0 for 3 with 1 sacrifice bunt. And he tries for a hit here with 2 down.
Yeah, see, they're playing him as a weak off-field hitter. He pulls the ball. He pulled the ball in Arizona with authority to left field. Of course, biggest concern is with a man on third, they don't want to give up a cheap run on a little blooper, a little fish job pop up somewhere.
Well, if he pulls this one, he can run for a while with Belt way over in left center. Sheer holes not too far from the right field line. Ooh. Yeah, that looked pretty good, but it's ball 3.
Phil Colbert has been calling a lot of balls this inning. He's kind of locked into assuming that the Runzler is going to miss. I had a feeling that one was going to be way out of the zone.
Both pitchers have walked here in the second inning. There's 3 walks in the frame now for Runzler, and Bruce Bochy talking it over while Altuve for the batter's box. Sosa's a base runner. Altuve was caught looking in the first. There's strike 1 to Jose. The last major leaguer before Altuve last night to hit a leadoff inside the park homer was Ricky Weeks last August against the Astros.
How ironical. Also ironic that he struck out looking his first time up, because we won't say that many times over the years with Altuve as a major leaguer. He swings that bat.
Now he's 0-2.
Mashes that helmet on his head. He reminds me of Pete Rose.
Oh yeah, he did that all the time. Little chop goes foul. Hey, our buddy Chuck Poole got to try on Bruce Bochy's cap this morning.
Did he?
Yeah.
That's kind of an awkward moment, isn't it?
It fits.
Hey, I've got a melon head too. Can I try on your hat? I mean, how does that work? How does that conversation go down?
Well, he was in the office, and Bochy didn't even say anything to him. He just looked at him, and he was sizing him up and tossed him his cap, and he put it on and it fit.
The big-headed union. They all recognize each other. Ah, you're one of my people.
Another size 8.
The Ocho Club.
What a thrill.
This meeting of the Grand Melon Club will come to order. Hear ye, hear ye.
Line drive center field. That's an RBI single for Altuve to make it 3-2 now. 4-game hitting streak for Jose. It's RBI number 7.
Now the Astros kind of tried to let Runzler off the hook with that double play off the bat of Corcoran, and then he put himself right back in jeopardy by walking the pitcher. And Bruce Bochy gave him one more shot to get out of it. He could not. His day is over. Boy, Bochy, that's as close as you're going to see to a sprint to the mound from Bruce Bochy.
Big disappointment for the Giants, but again, as you indicated, it speaks to the importance of this game for them that Bochy is on the mound waiting for Mota to come in with a 3-2 lead. Back in a moment. On for the Astros. This call to the bullpen is presented by Verizon Wireless. And the veteran right-hander, 38 years old, Guillermo Mota, comes in. He can go long relief. And he was also under consideration to make this start today. He's 2-2 with a 4.02 ERA.
And Mota, you know, he's been around a good long while, but he still has good stuff. Throws hard, has an outstanding changeup. Pretty good slider. And yeah, I think, you know, Bruce Bochy, his team has had so few leads lately. He's just doing whatever he can to keep this lead, to take the pressure off of his hitters now that they've finally gotten a lead.
Mota tying his shoe there. He's in for the second time in this weekend series. He gave up a home run in the 8th inning Friday night to Brian Bogusevic, and then 2 singles after that, allowing the 1 run on 3 hits in 1 inning. Jason Bourgeois grounded out to first in the first. Mota leaves that one up, and it's ball 1. 49 pitches for Runsler. And Bourgeois trying to get the Astros back to square one. Potential tying run on at second. Fouls it back. 1-1. Mota, despite the fact that he can pitch for 3-4 innings at a time and be effective, 39 44, 3.93 ERA, 10 saves, 706 games, has allowed 10 homers this season. That's tops among National League relievers. In his last 9 appearances, he's been touched for 7 runs in 15 1/3 innings. 2-1. He's been used as the Giants' long man this year. He's worked 2 innings or more in 14 of his 41 appearances. He's on pace to work 81 innings. That would mark the most he's had since 04.
It's amazing how times have changed, that we refer to a guy who works 2 innings at a time as a long man. A long man used to be a guy that come into the 3rd and pitch till the 8th.
Bet. Yeah. Mota's from the Dominican. Minor league shortstop. And he has walked Bourgeois, and the walks are really mounting. 4 in this inning for the Giants.
That's a team that they don't really walk. You can see the body language, the frustration from Bruce Bochy.
Meanwhile, our leaders of the game is brought to you by United, proud to fly the Houston Astros. JD Martinez has 18 runs batted in. Chris Truby holds the Astros rookie record for runs batted in a month with 27 in September of 2000. Martinez doubled to left in the first.
I always feel better about those stats, those comparison stats, if they compare to like Bagwell.
Yeah, right. Rather than somebody who wasn't around very long. Ball 1.
A little cautionary note. Good start to a career does not mean a lengthy career, but you got to like this kid's chances.
Takes that one, and it's a 2-ball, no strike count to JD Martinez. Yes, you do. He has certainly earned this. The way he's played, he's hit everywhere he's been. Last year came up from Lexington to Corpus Christi in July. And so he had about a half a season with Lexington. Well, a little bit more than that. 348 at bats, and yet he was the MVP of the South Atlantic League in about a half a year.
And MVP 2 or 3 different times in the minor leagues, won batting titles.
Astros minor league player of the year last year.
Runs for a couple pitches down. Now Mota's elevated on him. Whether by design or not, I don't know.
It's 2-2.
Sosa's been out there a while, hanging out on the bases. Won't bother him. He's young. Probably drop down, do some one-arm push-ups in between pitches.
He's a specimen. Inside, and it's a full count now. With the bases loaded, 2 outs, the runners move. Very exciting pitch. Will be delivered very soon as Mike Barnett hopes Martinez can slug one. Carlos leaves on deck.
Don't get caught up in the moment as a hitter. Make sure you get a pitch to hit. Make sure you get a strike.
He hit it, and It's a line drive to right field. Scoring Sosa, Altuve in behind him. The Astros grab the lead, 4-3. Two-run single Martinez, who continues his RBI binge. Bourgeois to third.
The birthday boy. 2 for 2 last night. Double home run, drove in 4. Back at it again this afternoon. 2 for 2. With a double and a 2 RBI single right here. And great hitting. Not getting too greedy on 3-2. Staying back. And then just lining that ball to right field.
Now Carlos Lee struck out looking in the first. All runs are charged to Runzler, 4 of them.
That's a cement mixer right there.
Carlos taking today. Took 3 strikes in the first inning. Runzler in 1 2/3, giving up 3 hits, 4 runs today. Walked 3 and fanned 2. 1 ball, 1 strike. Giants pitching second in ERA in the National League, but 14th in walks.
Oh my goodness!
Low Ridge Blues.
Takes the opportunity to tie his shoe. Figure while I'm down here. This is pretty good. Watch this. While he ducks, and then he's going to tie his shoe.
That's multitasking.
Yep.
Right behind Dave Clark. 1 2 to lead. Paredes on deck. Lead the 9th Astro to bat in the inning. Taps at the shortstop. Fontenot to Keppinger for the force, and the Astros put up a 4 spot in the second. A busy inning with a total of 7 runs scored. Houston is up by 1.
Pitcher did some hitting. 2 bases loaded doubles, 6 runs batted in. We also threw a 6-hit shutout. The Reds won. I'd say the Astros won 6-0 over the Reds.
Dave Justy, who also played a little basketball at Syracuse University.
Yeah. Jeff Keppinger leads it off in the 3rd inning. Takes a slider. Henry Sosa has strike 1. Sosa now shooting for his first major league win. Has the lead. After giving up 3 in the second, he's up 4-3. Keppinger grounded to shortstop earlier.
Message received from Doug Brocale. Sosa working in more breaking balls now.
Gets a grounded to third. Jimmy Paredes drops it, recovers, throws, and the tag by Lee gets him.
Not exactly routine, but all's well that ends well. A little bobble, a little high throw, but still time to make the play. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't break your arm. All's good.
Keppinger running into the tag, 1 out, and it's Sandoval who fouled out to Paredes. That's strike 1.
A change piece. You know you throw hard when your changeup's 87 miles an hour. Most days that was my best heater.
1-1. It's all about the relative difference.
That's right.
When your fastball was 87, what was your changeup?
Probably 78.
Okay. Uppercut swing there from Sandoval. It's 1-2. Last night he batted lefty against a lefty. Shoulder bothers him. Batting right-handed, and a strikeout here.
Boy, pitched him tough in that sequence. Gave him a little bit of everything. First pitch changeup, good heater, then sharp down-breaking slider to finish him off. Very nice.
Corporon blocks it. 2 strikeouts, and here's Aubrey Huff. He ripped a double to right center in the 2nd inning. Ball 1 to Huff. Giants are 6-13 in August.
They got beat 3 out of 4 by Atlanta. Now Atlanta is doing them a favor by beating the Diamondbacks, looking to sweep Arizona. It's 1-0 Atlanta through 5. And pretty good chance that whoever wins this West Division will have to play the Braves.
They're no picnic. With that bullpen of theirs and the rotation they would bring to a playoff game. Fair ball to Carlos. Probably Huff might have been waiting to see, but it's an easy out, number 3. It's 4-3 Houston.
You buy Jack in the Box. Try the new Jumbo Breakfast Platter for just $2.99 plus tax at participating restaurants. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by Brake Check. We do it right. We do it for less. Inside that building, that's Minute Maid Park. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays are there. They're up on the booth.
And Mr. Sweetbee is here. There's Santa Claus as well,
he's here
Greg.
too. It's a big day here at the ballpark.
Well, he's got a lot of time left before he has to really get busy, so he might as well take in some baseball.
You know, he could go on a tour of all the Major League parks. He has so much time right now.
She's putting an intentional walk on.
Yeah, his friend wants his first batter up walked intentionally. We're trying to figure that out. But that's her strategy, and Jimmy Paredes leads it off. Paredes led off the 2nd inning with a single to right field. Then he was involved in that double steal, which really helped to trigger the inning. As he and Clint Barmas stole, with Paredes taking 3rd and Barmas 2nd, even though they trailed 3-0 at the time. That sparked a big 4-run inning. Paredes 1 for 1 today. That's strike 1 for Mota.
Do you think that guy went up to the will call window and said, "You got 2 for Kringle"?
I think he did.
Kringle,
Yes.
2?
And they did.
Yeah. How do you turn them down? You just give them free tickets, don't you?
Well, he may have run into something like, remember Jerry Glanville when he was coaching?
That's right.
Leave a ticket for Elvis at every game.
Yeah.
So maybe somebody in the Astros leaves a ticket for Chris Kringle every game. It's worth a try. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You mentioned the Atlanta-Arizona game. 1-0 Atlanta after 5. And that's on a home run by Alex of the year in the 3rd inning off Josh Colmenter for Arizona. It's Tim Hudson working a shutout game for Atlanta. And you were talking about that possible playoff situation. Boy, the Braves would bring excellent pitching. And the Phillies, of course, playoff type scenario if the Giants are in it.
Yeah, well, right now, if the season were to end today, Philadelphia would play the Diamondbacks, and Milwaukee would play Atlanta. So that'd be kind of fun. The whole the Braves starting in Milwaukee.
Sure would. Milwaukee is tied right now 2-2 at New York, bottom of the 7th inning. Casey McGee hit his 9th homer for the Brewers. Lucas Duda number 6 for the Mets.
Giovanni Gallardo pitching for the Brewers today. A 2-run home run by Duda came in the bottom of the 7th to tie that ball game.
Brewers have opened up some distance.
Oh yeah, it was 8.5.
8.5. 8 in the loss column. Paredes is down on strikes. Number 1 for Mota. Number 3 for Giant pitching today. Clint Barmas will follow.
Moto's best pitch is that changeup. Let's take a look at the pennant race to see how things are shaping up. And most of the drama has left Major League Baseball. The NL West still with some drama, and the AL Central, everybody else has a fairly comfortable lead, including Atlanta in the wild card.
Barmas with a high drive to left field. Backs up Belt. 2 outs. Well, maybe there will be a change in those fortunes, but yeah. Can't remember a year like this when there was a lack of close races.
Brian Wilson put on the disabled list today. We knew he wasn't going to pitch in this series, but I think because of Sanchez not being able to answer the bell, the Giants were forced into a situation where they had to disable Wilson to get another pitcher on their roster. They have been a banged up bunch this year, and there's a look at the disabled list as it stands right now. This isn't just guys that have been on the DL this year. These are guys currently on the disabled list. It's very important pieces with the Giant puzzle there.
Michaels in the air, and the right fielder Shearholz comes in. It's a quick 3rd inning for Mota and a 4-3 lead for Houston. The hitters have not been digging in a whole lot. Nate Shearholz leads it off in the 4th inning. He singled to right field in the 2nd inning. Fouls that one away. There's strike one. That was a part of a 3-run frame with a 3-run homer from Belt, supplying the Giants with the 3-0 lead. Boston and Kansas City have played 2.5, no score. Strike call.
You know what the home run call would be if Belt were playing for the Yankees?
What?
John Sterling over there with his text message, and it'd be a Brandon Belt. Wouldn't it have to be?
Brandon Belt.
It's a Brandon Belt.
It's a Brandon Belt. And he's hit by that pitch. Shearholz aboard, and Brandon Belt will be the batter. On the foot, we go to Patty Smith.
Well, baseball fans, Chevy is proud to support youth baseball leagues in your local community. If you would like to learn more about Chevy youth baseball programs, go to youthsportswired.com. Lots of youths here tonight celebrating the official last day of summer.
Oh. Belt ripped a 3-run shot back in the 2nd inning. Takes ball 1 there. Yankees in Minnesota, no score after 2. Yankees situation in the rotation ought to be very interesting regarding A.J. Burnett after last night. Runner going. Ground ball hit into right field. And Belt delivers again. He's 2 for 2, sending Shearholz to 3rd base.
He's not able to get away with mistakes. The walks really killed Runzler in the Astros 2nd. Now the Shearholz hit by pitch likely to pay off for the Giants as he hustles over to 3rd base on this single from Belt. What's going on with A.J. Burnett? What did he do?
Well, he was not effective, and he was removed from the game by Joe Girardi. He appeared to be mouthing some words, so the media thought that he was sort of talking to Girardi, but he was walking toward the dugout, and Girardi was at the mound. Then Girardi came back to the dugout and went up the tunnel after A.J. Burnett went up the tunnel. The rule is the starting pitcher has to stay on the bench until the inning is over after he's been removed, and then Burnett came back out to the bench, but Girardi was up the tunnel, so the media thought they were having words, but Girardi said he was just going in to watch the location of the ball 4 call, and he accused the media of trying to blow this thing up.
Imagine that. New York media trying to create some drama where there is none.
Fontenot hit a fly ball to left in the 2nd inning. Double play depth up the middle as the throw goes over on Belt.
Yeah, that's kind of policy on just about every big league club. When a pitcher gets pulled from the game, he's supposed to stay in the dugout till the inning ends. Sometimes, you know, you just things just aren't right for you, and you bail out. You know? So you get fined in kangaroo court if there is one.
But Burnett was interviewed, and he said, hey, Girardi's had my back the whole way. I'm not saying anything to him at all. He's been very supportive of me. The numbers have been bad for him the last few starts, and not a good year for A.J. Burnett. Stewart's on deck. Foul back, and it's 0-2. If Sosa could get a strikeout here, nothing could be any better than that.
Yeah, get the strikeout here, then get your double play. Get out of the inning. Fontenot does swing and miss quite a bit. He takes a pretty hefty swing.
Actually, upon further reflection, JD, a triple play would be better than that.
Triple play would be good. That pitch has got too much of the plate. This is a situation where it might be worth it for Corcoran to go out there and deliver a message to the young right-hander. Think about the situation you're in. You got 1st and 3rd, nobody out. And normally you're just trying to get outs, but now that you've got this 0-2 count, you're thinking punch out here. So let's go break a ball in the dirt or way up with a fastball, see if we can get him to chase.
One and two. There is some bullpen activity for the Giants right now, getting down toward the bottom of the order.
This kid just called up.
Edlifson. First day in the big leagues. Steve Edlifson. When Brian Wilson was placed on the DL, Edlifson got the call from Fresno. Joined the club today. back and out of play. Still 1-2 on Fontenot. Pittsburgh got 2 in the first off Mike Leake of Cincinnati and leads it 2-0 for James McDonald after 3. Andrew McCutchen hit his 18th. White Sox lead Texas 2-0 in the bottom of the third. Brent Lillibridge hit his 11th home run. It came off Derek Holland. Fouled away again. Fontenot hanging in there. Fontenot, a .274 career hitter against Houston. He's seen quite a bit of the Astros down through the years. Not far from home, Slidell, Louisiana.
Not really a power hitter, but he's got a little pop in the bat, and the Astros are very shallow for him in center and in left.
In the air and foul again. We've done that a few times here in this sequence. Phillies 3, Washington 2. They've played 5 in Washington. Roy Halladay man, and Chen-Min Wong pitching for the Nationals. Carlos Ruiz hit his 5th home run. Chase Utley number 9. Phillies have won 81 games and they've lost 43. .653 winning percentage.
Yeah, it's going to be the team nobody wants to deal with in the postseason. Pity the fool that takes on the Phillies in the postseason.
Not chasing, and it's 2-2. Fontenot really hanging in.
Laid off a pretty good slider there, and Sosa hasn't thrown many changeups. And if you had confidence in that this would be a good time, but just a pitch you don't, it's in his mind that's his 3rd best pitch. Probably doesn't command it as well as his others, so not likely to break it out here. Try a little two-seamer running away.
Fontenot sends it deep enough to score the run. Bourgeois back. And Giants will get run number 4 home on a sac fly by Fontenot. Very good job by Fontenot. When he was behind in the count, he had 2 strikes. He kept battling. He got to 2-2, hit a sac fly for his 14th run batted in.
Good job by Fontenot. Hit batter, single, and sac fly to tie the ball game. And this is not to pick on Henry Sosa, but more than anything to kind of spotlight Jordan Lyles. What we talked about with Lyles during his brief time in the major leagues, how he doesn't change his tempo or his approach with runners on base. See Henry here really slowing things down here in that 1st and 3rd situation.
Stewart puts it in the air, and J.D. Martinez in left.
Henry's not alone. There's a lot of guys that do that.
A lot.
I mean, more than not.
Yep.
But that's why we've really been impressed with Lyles. Regardless of the situation, he doesn't really overthink it. Doesn't let it affect his approach or his pacing.
Now the Giants will stay with Mota for this at bat because there are 2 outs. Runner at first. It's now a tie ball game. 196, 2 homers, 7 runs batted in, rather than use a pinch hitter because it figures that they may be using several pitchers today and maybe several pinch hitters. In the air and up the right field line. Jason Michaels is calling in shallow right. And in the 4th inning, the Giants tie it with a run on 1 hit. They leave a man. It's 4-4.
Allison Footer bell. This one is actually from the Lancaster Jethawks. She presented it to us on the last road trip. The Russell Bell is not going on the road. Here's the question. AT&T it's too heavy. AT&T trivia question. 1977, pitcher Doc Ellis played for the Yankees, A's, and Texas Rangers for 7 different managers in 1 year. That's believed to be a record. Can you name 5 of them?
77 Yankees. Let's see. Billy Martin.
That's one.
Oh, boy.
Dick Hauser?
Nope. I'll give you a clue. Stick with one for the Yankees. That's the easy one.
Okay, Gene Michaels.
Yeah, no, one for the Yankees.
Oh,
That's
he said
it.
stick. I thought that was a clue. Gene Michaels
the others
stick.
are going to be with Oakland or Texas.
Ah, 77 Oakland.
Dick Williams?
Nope. One of them is still managing, however, in the National League.
Frank Lucchese?
No, they're about the
he
same.
might have been the Ranger, yeah.
Billy Hunter?
That's one.
Boods is chiming in with these.
Yeah, the clue is the Rangers were the big one. They had 4.
Eddie Stanky?
That's 2. So that's 3 total.
Boy, Oakland.
How about Oakland? That's the one who's still managing.
Tony La Russa?
No. He's older than Tony La Russa.
Carlos Corporan taking ball 1 in a 4-4 game.
Should be easy. I'm having a brain cramp here.
Jack McKeon?
There you go. That's you got one more to get the bell. And you have one more with Oakland or let's see. Wait. You got it. I was looking at the wrong team. You said Frank Lucchese.
What's going to happen to Joe Russell's bell?
Well, no, it'll be the home bell.
Home bell, okay.
Yeah. It's just too heavy to carry on the road.
Where will you store that bell?
Well, right now it's in my trunk, the car. It'll be back out here when we're back home.
We'll have to keep that location secret because there are people who want to get at it.
Yeah, but I think they're all going on the road trip. So
2 balls and a strike to Carlos, who bounced into a double play in the second. Mota delivers strike 2, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count coming up.
Well, Doc Ellis left a path of destruction, huh?
Yeah.
Bobby Winkles was the other Oakland manager,
Bobby
and
Winkles.
Frank Lucchese, Eddie Stanky, Connie Ryan was the 4th.
Liner caught by Keppinger.
Okay, we'll make it official. That was a bell ringer. Doc Ellis played for 7 managers in 1 year. Billy Martin of the Yankees, Jack McKeon and Bobby Winkles with Oakland, and Lucchese, Stanky, Ryan, and Hunter. Of course, the interesting thing with Stanky, he only managed 1 game and then decided he didn't want to do it anymore.
Smart man. I got to say, I never heard of Connie Ryan.
Yeah.
Henry Sosa, the batter now. He walked and scored in the 2nd inning.
Did she have a long career?
He did. Strike 1. Well, the travels of Mota are pretty well known as well. He's been in Montreal, the Dodgers, Florida, Cleveland, New York, Milwaukee, L.A. again. And now still pitching effectively at age 38. No balls, 2 strikes. And that's tapped up the middle. Fontenot, 2 outs. So now he's the key guy. This game is tied, and he's been reeling off outs. And it's Altuve batting. Altuve singled in a run in the 2nd inning with a base hit to center. A big 2-out hit. He's 1 for 2.
Yeah, really, probably the most significant at-bat so far in this game from the Astros' point of view would be the walk of Henry Sosa after the Corporan double play. This was really the critical mistake in that inning. In an inning that was full of them, the Giants walked 4 men in that inning.
Strike to Altuve. Jay Happ is pitching today for Oklahoma City. He's faced 1 over the minimum through 4 innings, giving up 1 hit, no runs, walking a man, striking out 3, 52 pitches, 35 strikes. Fontenot comes in, throws out a hustling Altuve. And Mota now has quieted the Astros bats, and it's 4-4 after 4.
5th, score tied at 4. Time to introduce you to our progressive fans of the game. I've got 6 huge fans here, 6 guys who make the trip all the way from Mississippi. And Kevin, you guys have been doing this for a long time. Tell me about your little group here.
Well, we first made our first trip to the Astrodome in 1973 and came a few years on and off, and then children and whatever got in the way. But since 1997, we've made a trip every summer in August. And we got the full complement of 6 today. At least 4 of us have made the trip every year since 97.
And Tony, over here on this side now, you guys, like you said, 1973, you guys came starting with your family. What some of the great moments that you've seen over the years, some of your favorites that stand out?
The moment that sticks out most for me is just walking into the Astrodome for the first time, and I actually felt like my legs were kind of rubbery or something. I felt like I was in some kind of, spaceship, and it was just wonderful. And then seeing J.R. Richard, I remember the pop of the mitt, it was wonderful. And I just remember all those guys, Cesar Cedeno and Natoy Cannon, and we were in love with them. We listened to Lowell Pass on the weekends, it was all good. We grew up with the Astros and the space race,
Well, it's just great to see you guys stay together through the course of all these years in Mississippi. Now, we're Roy Oswald too far from you there?
Well, we're about a little bit below the central part of the state. Roy's from up north, but we of course know of him, and I had the opportunity to meet him one time and talk to him a little bit. So he seems like a real nice guy.
How long do we anticipate this little male bonding thing going on?
We were discussing, as each one of us die, they have to bring the urn of our ashes back until there's no one left.
All right, that is truly a fan of the game, and for that, all 6 of these guys are our progressive fans of the game. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patty.
All right, Bill.
I don't want to be. How about the one guy carrying 5 urns into the ballpark, man?
Yeah. How about that? Who's the one guy that's going to be carrying 5 urns into the ballpark here?
That's what we said, too. We said the last guy's got to show up.
All right, thanks, guys.
Jeff Keppinger just taking ball 1 after Ross reached on a strikeout and wild pitch by Sosa. And in a 4-4 game, Keppinger has a 1-0 pitch coming. They're going. Taps at the third. It goes foul.
Keppinger in the 2-hole, well suited to play hit and run with. You count on him to make contact. Put a little pressure on the hitter and forces him to sometimes go after a bad ball, but coach is just trying to create some movement, stay out of a double play.
Jim Flannery back at his post. Longtime third base coach for the Padres. Bruce Bochy managed that organization for several years. Flannery moving to be with Bruce in San Francisco once Boch took over. And Bruce has been very, very successful at both stops in his major league managerial career.
And Flan, longtime player with the Padres. Just one of those guys you knew was either going to manage or coach. Really had a great feel for the game, great passion for the game.
Flared out to shallow center field. Bourgeois coming in for it. 1 out. The Giants had put Ross in motion, but now he stays at first. 1 out, and it's Sandoval batting. He's 0 for 2. Giants are 12th in long balls in the National League with 86 now, including Belt's 3-run homer in the 2nd inning. They fired out to a 3-0 lead, but now they're even at 4-4 as Sandoval bats.
We always complain about the fact that there's not colorful characters in the game and great nicknames. This guy's an exception. He's got a lot of personality. He's the Kung Fu Panda. That's better than just Sandy.
Yeah, it is. Strike to Sandoval. Had a lot of success early. His weight ballooned. And when he went home last winter, the Giants indicated that he needed to drop a bunch of pounds if he was to be a part of their plans this year, which he did.
Put a few back on.
Yeah. Batting average was .268 last year. If you're a 300 hitter, you can carry the extra pounds. Put on the extra points, carry the extra pounds. There's a Panda fan.
Yeah, we'll see a bunch of those next weekend in San Francisco. And they work better out there too, because it'll be like 58 degrees for those night games.
Sandoval just turned 25 10 days ago. Takes that one for ball, and it's 2-1. Last year he grounded into 26 double plays, which led the National League. He's bounced into 9 this season.
Kind of like his teammate Tejada. Miggy hits into a ton of double plays because they make so much contact. They don't strike out much.
What a pick by Lee. On to Barmas. Back to Lee. Double play ball. Slick by El Caballo. 3-6-3 to end the Giants' 5th. With no runs, no hits, nobody left. Good pick on the backhand side, and then he's close to first. Barmas back to him. 4-4 in the 5th.
The Astros right here at Minute Maid Park when they host the Pirates August 29th through the 31st. With dynamic pricing, you can purchase select field box tickets starting at just $21, a savings of $20. Visit astros.com/dynamic for this incredible deal. Bill.
Thank you, Patty. Little youngster enjoying the day. I'll have to keep tabs on there.
Uh-oh. You're doing so well.
Yeah. There's strike one for Mota, who has put the clamps on the Astros after the 2-run single by J.D. Martinez in the 2nd inning. Made it 4-3 Houston. He set down 7 in a row. Bourgeois looks at a strike, and it's 0-2 to Jason, who's grounded out and walked. Mota's thrown 35 pitches so far. In relief of Dan Runzler.
Got a little leeway from fielding Colbreth on that previous heater, so took another shot out there just a little bit further out. That's good pitching right there. Just kind of expand a little bit, see if you get the hitter to offer.
Split finger pitch, tap to third. Sandoval throwing. 1 out. And now J.D. Martinez with a double and a 2-run single today.
Nice execution by Mota. Fastballs away, and then a little splitter down and in.
Martinez is playing in his 21st major league game. He's driven in 21 runs. It's a nice pace.
Yeah, that's kind of like Lou Gehrig,
Sure
Hack
is.
Wilson
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Ball one from Mota. Giants are saying that the disabling of Brian Wilson is not just for this year, but for the long term. Fouled away, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. So they'll have to plow on without him as their closer for a few days now. They can backdate the disabled list for Wilson, and he will become eligible August 31st. A shot. Keppinger with a good play to the backhand side. 2 down. Well hit ball by Martinez. He can hit the ball well to right center.
Yeah, well, the at-bats he's had these last 2 games, pretty impressive stuff.
Down on a knee to make that play. Carlos Lee is 0 for 2. Strike 1 to Carlos. This one to right field. Shear holds in and laying out for it. He trapped the ball, and it's going to be a hit for El Caballo. Good effort by Shearholz. Got a nice break on it, but the ball bounced just before it went into his glove.
Dangerous when you leave your feet as a corner outfielder. If it gets by him, it goes all the way to the corner for a possible triple. You see as he lays out for it and then turns his glove the other way to handle that short hop. That's pretty clever. You know, he's trying to make a diving catch to get under the ball, and then realizing he cannot, he rotates the glove the other way to take that hop and hold him to a single.
Throw goes over on El Caballo with Jimmy Paredes the batter. Paredes single to start the 4-run Astros second inning. Then he struck out in the third. Up and in, ball 1. We have a Donnybrook going in Detroit, 8-7. Tigers over the Indians, top of the 6th inning.
Beat up on the Tribe last night.
They lead Cleveland now by 3.5. Runner going. Line drive hit into right center field. Carlos will hit for third. Shearholz will try to throw anyway, and not in time. First and third on the 2-out single by Paredes, his second hit of the day.
After busting Paredes up and in with that fastball, Mota probably figured he'd be able to get him away, but Jimmy puts a real good swing on that one. He's moving with the pitch. Finds the ball, scoots on over to third.
Now Bochy comes out, and because there are 2 men on, and because Mota may be running out of steam here in a 4-4 game, he'll make a move. We'll be right back.
In the state, it kicks off at 7 p.m. with Friday Football Live, followed by the Football Friday Blitz, 3 hours of extensive coverage, including highlights and live reports from around the state. Then at 10:30, it's Friday football overtime, and the night ends with high school scoreboard live at midnight. All kinds of good stuff go around.
Oh, yeah, fantastic, especially for you because you're a huge fan.
Yes, I am. I'll be watching and hoping that Klein Oak is all over it.
Do you think that Klein Oak has gotten the proper respect this year in preseason publications?
Well, you know, we like to think maybe that they're flying a little under the radar and they're going to totally take advantage of that. But I think they're pretty well respected around the state, yes.
Major League debut for Steve Edlifson, just up from AAA Fresno, facing Clint Barmas. First pitch of the majors, ball one.
A little funky. A little sidearm sinkage.
Edlifson, a 16th round draft choice in 07 by the Giants, is from Minneapolis, went to the University of Nebraska. It's 1-1.
Left-handers were hitting him quite well down in the minor leagues, and now you understand why. With that delivery, lefties get a good long look at him. Overall, the numbers were not particularly good for him at AAA.
1-2.
This may be the way the Giants plan on using him to get out of a jam against a right-handed hitter.
His last outing was Wednesday for Fresno against Round Rock. He went 2 scoreless innings. And he comes in and gets a strikeout to end the 5th inning. With no runs, 2 hits, 2 men stranded. It's still tied 4-4. Light showing you Carlos Lee. Good play to the backhand side, starting at 3-6-3. Double play in the 5th inning, and that proves to be the end of the day for Henry Sosa. Sosa coming out now for Wesley Wright. Sosa in 5 innings allows the Giants 4 hits, 4 runs, walking 1, hitting a batter, fanning 3.
Left-handed bats galore due up for the Giants here in the top half of the 6th of this tie ball game. So Wesley Wright comes out of the bullpen. You see what he's been doing recently at AAA Oklahoma City. He's been very, very good. And walking anybody. ERA been coming down, down, down in recent outings. So with all these left-handed bats in the lineup, Brad Mills asked for Wesley Wright. They said Jeff Fulchino out. Now Mills has 2 lefties. And Wesley's got a chance to make a name for himself here, maybe. You know, it's been, what, third time he's been up this year, but he's only pitched a couple of times.
That's right. He was up from August 6th through the 9th, appeared in 2 games. Aubrey Huff takes a look at another one for a ball, and it's 2-0. Last night it was lefty Sergio Escalona working an inning and 2/3. And he had 3 strikeouts. So Wright was kept fresh for today. Now it's 3-0 as he comes up against Huff, the number 4 hitter, with Shearholz and Belt, Fontenot, all left-handed hitters behind Huff in the order for the Giants today. Huff takes a 4-pitch walk.
He was on the plate, looked like it was at the bottom of the knees, but so not walked anybody in a while down at AAA. Just not able to find the zone here with Huff.
Shearholz has been on both times and scored both times with a single and hit by a pitch. Milwaukee 4, the Mets 2. They've played 8 at Citi Field. Strike one. K-Rod was booed vociferously by the Mets fans last night. Got a blown save and a win. He's in there again now. Gallardo with another fine game. 7 innings, 2 earned runs. In tight to Shearholz. The appeal went to third. Adrian Johnson with the check swing call. It's 1-1.
Astros have put out a press release regarding Jordan Lyles being sent to AAA. And Ed Wade pointing out, in his words, to be clear, this is not a demotion. We're extremely pleased with the way Jordan has handled himself this season. His pitch total is approaching the limit we had set for him. So it's just a matter of monitoring the workload.
That one kicks out in front of the plate and allows Huff to get to second base. Oh, that just shot back toward the mound. Ruled a wild pitch.
Yeah, it looks like Carlos couldn't slide out in front to square up the chest, so he tried to glove it, could not, and went right off his shin guard. So when he gets wide like that with the stance back there, I think it limits his mobility some. I think it's tougher to react laterally right and left.
That makes sense. Strike makes it 2-2. So now Wesley Wright has that runner in scoring position with nobody out. Well, the Giants have lost some of their ability to hit well against left-handed pitching with the injuries to Carlos Beltran, Pat Burrell and company. David Carpenter's warming up for Houston. Andres Torres is hurt. Shearholz strikes out. So with the way their order is stacked, Bruce Bochy fully well realizes the opposing manager is going to go to a lefty relief ace in these type situations. One strikeout there, and it's Belt coming up next.
Yeah, and I wonder if Bochy will make an adjustment if he feels like his left-handed hitters are being overmatched by guys coming out of the bullpen, and stick a right-handed bat in there.
Yeah. Belt with a 3-run homer and a single to right takes strike one. Boston got a run in the top of the 5th off Danny Duffy of Kansas City to lead 1-0. Still 1-0 Atlanta over Arizona. They're in the top of the 8th with Johnny Venters in relief.
That game's over.
1-1. Latest from J.P. Shadrick with the Oklahoma City Club on Jay Happ. 6 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, 80 pitches, 52 strikes. He's still in the game with a 2-0 lead. That's foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So those numbers on Happ looking very favorable from Iowa today. It'll be interesting to see Jordan Schaefer, who could very well be in the lineup tomorrow night in Colorado. The Astros open a brand new series. Yoeli Chacin will pitch for the Rockies against Brett Myers. Off the runner with 1 out and a 1-2 count. Strike 3 call. So Wright comes back, getting Shearholz and Belt. The Giants team batting average is .239. They're hitting .238 against lefties, so that's no appreciable drop off there.
Slipped that Swifty right by him.
Mike Fontenot hit the sac fly in the 4th inning. That was a very good job by Mike to tie the game 4-4. Down in the count, he fouled off pitches, and he got the ball deep enough to get Shearholz home from 3rd. A-Rod has returned to the lineup for the Yankees, and he's in the cleanup spot today. 0 for 3 at Minnesota. 0-0, bottom of the 5th. It's 1-1. Of the Giants' 85 home runs coming into this game today, only 17 have come against lefty pitching. So if you have left-handers, round them up, make sure they're fresh and rested for the San Francisco club, and that's exactly why Wesley Wright is here today. Strike makes it 1-2. And Jeff Fulcino, who had pitched a good hitless inning, wrapping up the 6-0 shutout win Friday night, was informed after the game he was headed back to Oklahoma City. Wesley Wright was coming here because Brad Mills wanted a second lefty in the bullpen, with the idea in mind that the Giants and Rockies, with some very good left-handed sticks, were going to be the clubs the Astros would be playing for the next 10 days.
Yeah, that's all about managing your roster, giving yourself the best chance to succeed. It's not like Fulcino didn't perform well. Having an extra lefty certainly makes sense. You look at this roster, and then the Rockies with Helton and Gonzalez, Seth Smith, a couple of switch hitters that you'd probably prefer to turn around.
Good point. Time call now. Corporon out to talk it over with Wright in this tie game.
We have a little difference of opinion as to what we wanted to throw there.
Apparently so.
That's okay. It's nice to both guys with conviction trying to make their case.
Wesley Wright, even though he's been around since 08 with the Astros as a Rule 5 draft choice from the Dodgers that year, still 26 years old.
Sometimes a catcher will put a sign down, you shake him off, he'll put the same sign back down. You shake him off again, then you're talking. Yeah.
Ooh, so close. 3-2 now. Fontenot not chasing. Fontenot's drawn 21 walks this season. A .311 on base average coming into this game, but he's had a couple of really good at bats.
He either was seeing the ball really well, or he just guessed right there because maybe he was looking breaking pitch.
He gets one, grounds it, and Altuve backhands, falls down, throws from a knee, gets him. Terrific play by Altuve, who lost his balance but still had the arm to get him from a knee. That's a big time play in a 4-4 game in the 6th inning. As you see it again, we go to the bottom of the 6th. Giants 4, Astros 4.
brought to you by Bello Automotive, treating you like family. Action goes to the bottom of the 6th. There'll be a switch made in the batter's box. Bill Brown will tell you all about it.
Thank you, Greg. The youngster focusing on things, as we do have the change with J.B. Shuck pinch hitting for Jason Michaels to give Brad Mills a left-handed hitter. Michaels was 0 for 1 with a walk. And Shuck comes up against Adlifson with a .278 average, no homers, 2 runs batted in. As J.D. mentioned, left-handed hitters have been doing a number on Adlifson in the minor leagues. And there's ball 1. Shuck may in fact have faced him this year.
The hitters hitting .362 off of Adlifson. And not only that, but Shuck is just, he's a good patient hitter. He's a kind of hitter you like to have off an inning.
If Shuck has faced Adlifson this year in AAA, Brad Mills is the type of guy who would know that. Bounce to second base. Kevin takes care of it, 1 out. Mota in 3 innings allowed 3 hits, no runs, with 1 walk, 1 strikeout, doing an excellent job for Bruce Bochy, with Runsler going out in the 2nd inning.
Now, Mota has been the man of the match for the Giants here this afternoon, calming things down for the Giants and keeping his team in the game.
Brian Bogusevic comes out to the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot due up next. Corporon the batter. Strike 1 to him. He's bounced into a double play and line to second. And the Astros have a right-hander warming up right now. Carpenter was warming up early. No balls, 2 strikes. Adlifson was added to the Giants 40-man roster last winter. Wilton Lopez is throwing right now for Houston. Adlifson had Tommy John surgery in 2005. Fly ball over third base. 3 players giving chase down the left field line, and that one is back in the seats.
Edlison's one of those guys whose numbers may ultimately be a lot better in the big leagues than they are in the minor leagues, because in the minor leagues you take a guy and you just run him out there and you let him pitch and you see what he can do against both right and left-handed batters. And as we mentioned, lefties have really hit him hard this year. But when you bring him to the big leagues, you limit his exposure to left-handed hitters. And well, we've got a guy down on the farm. He's really good at getting righties out, or we think he can be, but so far he's struggled against lefties. And then as a big league manager, if you can find a way to use him effectively, he'll be a pretty solid contributor out there in your pen.
This is there, and it's 1-2. You saw Casilla throwing in the bullpen along with Affelt. There's Wilton Lopez in the Astros pen. Pitcher spot is due up second in the Giants' 7th inning. Both managers maneuvering here in a 4-4 game in the 6th. Bruce Bochy's club has been held to 4 hits, but the big one, a 3-run homer by Belt in the 2nd inning, and the Astros have 6 hits. Fouled away. Bruce Bochy was pressed into some very important action in the 1980 playoff series with the Philadelphia Phillies for the Astros, when he was the 3rd catcher. There were injuries, so Boch wound up playing some very important innings in that series. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alan Ashby was hurt, so was Louis Pujols at the time.
2-seam runner coming back towards the inside corner, but fielding Culbreth thought that it stayed away. Fox Tracks indicates otherwise.
Fouled by Carlos. Still a 2-2 count. Still a 1-0 lead for the Braves. They're batting in the home 8th inning against Arizona. Crazy weekend for the NL West top 2 losing. Tapped over the mound. Fontenot takes care of out number 2. It's a 4-4 game. The Giants got a 3-run homer in the 2nd inning from Brandon Belt. The Astros responded with 4 runs in the 2nd, batting around, 2 on a single by J.D. Martinez. Giants tied it with a sac fly from Fontenot in the 4th. Bill Brown, Jim DeShays, Patty Smith, and Greg Lucas with you on a Sunday afternoon. with the Astros going for their first 3-game series sweep at home all season. They swept the 3-game series at Chicago in late May. Now it's going to be the number 9 hitter. And there's strike 1 to Wesley Wright. Brian Bogusevic was pulled back when out number 2 was made, and Wesley at 083. Would love to get a 2-out rally started.
Well, having batted in this inning, Bogusevic was the only left-handed bat available on the bench, and with 2 outs and nobody on, Brad Mills wants to save that bullet maybe for an RBI situation.
1-2, that's understandable.
Not an RBI situation, maybe a 1-out or a no-out situation. We got a better chance of putting an inning together.
Well, in just 11 days, rosters can be expanded as of September 1st. See all kinds of extra moves available for these big league skippers. I believe the Astros AAA club Oklahoma City plays through September 5th from what we were hearing. So usually those call-ups for a club in the situation the Astros are in would not happen until after the AAA season ends. Not necessarily, but in many cases it does wait until that season is over.
No real sense of urgency here these days.
The strikeout ends it in the 6th inning, and it's 4-4 after 6.
Kids Free All Summer, presented by Minute Maid, is available every home game through Labor Day. For every full-price adult ticket you purchase in the outfield or view deck sections, you can get up to 2 free tickets for kids 14 and under. Visit Astros.com today, Bill.
Thanks, Patty. 4-4 game here, and Wilton Lopez is pitcher number 3 for the Astros. J.B. Shuck stays in the game in right field after pinch hitting for Jason Michaels. And Wesley Wright was allowed to stay in at bat because there were 2 outs and nobody on, but nonetheless leaves the game as a pitcher after 1 inning of hitless, scoreless ball with 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Lopez comes in.
Yeah. Tie ball game, you have to be careful how you use your resources because you don't know how long this game may ultimately go. So Brad Mills opting to save the pinch hitter there and let Wesley bat. He's down a run. Bogusevic probably gets that AB, or maybe one of the right-handers off the bench. But anyway, we turn our attention now to Mr. Lopez, and he's got to deal with the bottom of the order here for the Giants. Stewart, and then a pinch hitter, veteran Orlando Cabrera, comes out on deck.
Stewart bunts and he fouls it. Stewart is struck out and flied to left. Lopez last night worked an inning and a third, and he did so in very great fashion with tremendous dispatch. 4 in a row, not very many pitches thrown. Cabrera's on deck.
Fairly typical of Lopez when he's on his game. It's very, very aggressive. That's not good there.
And this is the disturbing thing, so to speak, about Lopez. He can come in a one-sided situation and pitch great, but when the game's close, it's more like this several times, and the hit batsman leads it off the 7th.
Generally has good command of that two-seam fastball, and he's able to sink it. That time the runner moves way in and hits Stewart in the hip.
Now Cabrera, who's been out with an injury, and he's been acquired from Cleveland to be the everyday shortstop. 221 with 8 runs batted in, but has not been able to make an appearance on the field in this series until today. Very fine middle infielder. There's ball 1.
Flannery peering into the dugout, seeing if he wants to put a play on here. Sack bunt or a hit and run. A lot of managers in this situation would just go ahead and bunt, but I think Bruce Bochy's just hesitant to give up outs.
Understandable. Rips that one foul. It's 1-1. Cabrera's been out with a groin problem. He tweaked that groin Thursday in Atlanta. His last 8 games, he's only gone 6 for 31 for a 194 average. Giants traded for him on July 30th, and he had started 18 of 19 games. Before he got hurt, he was traded for a minor league outfielder. Runner going. Pop fly into right field, and Shuck is laying out for it. It's a hit in front of him. He seemed to slow down a little bit. Maybe got caught in between. Then he tried to dive for it, and now it's 1st and 3rd, nobody out.
I'm wondering if he's hurt. This was really a funky looking play, a hit and run play, and Cabrera just throws the bat at the ball. JB, I'm not sure what was going on there. It looked like he would have been able to come in and leave his feet, or maybe even make a play without having to leave his feet, but he just had kind of a stutter step and more of a fall than anything else.
Well, he was grimacing when he got up. Now 1st and 3rd, and it's Ross batting. He's 0 for 3.
But and I'm just speculating here. You put a young player out there and in the big leagues for the first time, and sometimes you tend to think a lot, and you could almost read his mind going, well, should I leave my feet? If it goes by me, that guy's going to go all the way around to score. Maybe I shouldn't. And then you kind of get caught in between. And the longer you're here, the more comfortable you are, and you just play and just react and trust your instincts.
Now that puts Lopez in a pickle. And he gets a swing there from Ross on a pitch way out of the zone, and it's 0-2. Wilton especially a ground ball, and would love to have that right here, and the Astros are playing for 2.
It's an interesting decision for Brad Mills, how to play your infield in this situation. Obviously Mills feels like, well, if that run comes home on a double play, I think my guys can come back and score a run against the Giants bullpen, especially with Brian Wilson being on the disabled list. That shortens that pen somewhat. Otherwise you'd have the infield in feeling like we cannot afford to give up the go-ahead run here in the top half of the 7th inning.
Two and 2. Lopez had an excellent season last year for the Astros. This year has had his flashes of brilliance. Fly ball goes foul, out of play.
He hasn't had a bad year. It's just last year he was so good. Hard to measure up.
And he's been on the DL this year. Right-handed hitters are hitting .233 against him. He's had 6 blown saves. So that speaks to the earlier comment about he was so dependable last year, getting a hold late in the game, but not so much this season. Good pitch there, and strikes him out. Nice action on that one. Well, Ross is out number 1. Now Brad Mills trotting out to the mound with Keppinger the batter.
Ross unwilling to change his approach and cut down on his stroke in a first and third situation, coming up empty. That's just a bad AB there.
It was. He chased a pitch earlier.
Yeah, just taking big swings at the go-ahead run on third base.
Fly ball would have been welcomed on that giant bench, but now double play ball gets the Astros out of the inning. Keppinger 0 for 3.
Talking going on. Carlos offering his opinion. Lopez is chatting away. Corcoran. A lot of democracy out there in that meeting. Mills not a dictator here. He's listening. Let everybody weigh in.
Since Keppinger joined the Giants, he is 2 for 15 with runners in scoring position.
Brad Mills wanted to make sure everybody's on the same page as to exactly what they're going to do. If the Giants start a base runner, possible squeeze.
Stewart's a runner at third. Corcoran giving signs. Key point in this game as Wilton Lopez goes to work on Keppinger. Sandoval is on deck. Strike one to Keppinger. Keppinger, the type of hitter who doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes in the count. Good contact man. Sergio Escalona is waiting in the bullpen. Switch hitting Sandoval next, and Sandoval last night batted left against Escalona. Left shoulder bothering him. He doesn't want to bat right-handed. One and one. Apparently that was the first time in his career that the switch hitter batted left against a lefty. Sandoval hit into a key double play in the 5th inning. Now it's Keppinger.
Lopez trying to keep that ball down below the knees, trying to get Keppinger to hit it on the ground. You know Keppinger's going to make contact. He almost never strikes out.
Jeff's bounced into 9 double plays. Runner goes. And it's a little dribbler foul. On the 2-1 pitch, Cabrera took off from first. Keppinger last year drove in 59 for the Astros, and he was the toughest in the majors to fan last season. Cabrera takes off again. There's a shot. Great play by Paredes. No play except at the plate. He's got a rundown going on Stewart. And to Corcoran. Corcoran back to Barnes. Barnes will tag him out. Tremendous play by Jimmy Paredes. Well of a job. He looked at second, but the runner had been moving on the pitch, so he went home for a 5-2-6 rundown on Stewart.
Yeah, really interesting play there. Spectacular glove work by Paredes. Stewart has a runner on third. Well, I can't let him turn a double play, so he leaves the base. There was not going to be a double play though, with Cabrera moving with the pitch, and Stewart gets hung up in the rundown. If he stays put, the only play Paredes would have had was a shot at Keppinger at first, and that would have been a very difficult play to get.
Very difficult,
especially since he first looked at second.
And a 5-2-6 play gets Stewart. Meanwhile, there will be a move. Sandoval will be next, and he will be facing Escalona again in a 4-4 game. Back in a moment. four fingers earlier, but we don't see any strategy call from her right now as Sergio Escalona takes over.
No, she's just going to let Escalona pitch to the Kung Fu Panda here.
2-1 with a 3.08 ERA. Panda 0 for 3 today. Runners at first and second. And he takes ball one. Talked about it last night, and it was the first time Sandoval had batted left against a left-handed pitcher. And Escalona was able to get him out on strikes in the 7th inning.
Astros bullpen's been on a pretty nice roll here lately. A lot of big outs gotten out of a lot of very precarious situations. Going all the way back to the road trip when Fernando Rodriguez worked out of that bases loaded nobody out situation in L.A.
As a switch hitter, of course, Sandoval would see breaking balls from right-handers that would be coming in toward him. So the initial thought would be, if you're a left-hander with a good breaking ball, that would be a pretty decent strategy against this hitter. But it has to be something that the pitcher really wants to throw in that situation. It's 2-2. Escalona has known what he's been doing against lefty hitters this year.
I think from Sandoval's point of view, anything from a left-handed pitcher is going to look foreign.
That's true. And you mentioned also fastball in. Yeah, it's just a different look. Lefty's hitting 183 against Escalona this year. And he goes down on strikes for the second straight game against Escalona. Very fine work. Jimmy Paredes with a terrific play in the top of the 7th inning. These fans are ready for their 7th inning stretch, and they'll be singing God Bless America.
As part of this season's Home Sweet
And it's a 1-0 final. Arizona has lost in Atlanta. Meanwhile, Santiago Casilla comes in 2-1 with a 1.56 ERA to pitch in this tie ball game.
Outstanding numbers for Casilla, and that note at the bottom is pretty impressive. 1 run allowed in his last 18 and a third innings. He worked a third of an inning here last night. Edelson kid, Edlifson, making his major league debut, was most impressive. Looked like he'd been around the league for 5 or 6 years.
Sure did. Retired 4 in a row, coming in with 2 men on in the 5th inning. So it's 1 1/3 innings for Edlifson in his big league debut. No hits, no runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, just like nothing to it. New ball, Skip. I got you covered.
Jose Altuve first up in the home 7th inning for Houston. He had the RBI single in the 2nd inning. And he's 1 for 3 in this game. Also scored a run. Bourgeois and Martinez to follow as the Astros try to break the 4-4 tie. That's up for ball 1.
I may have mentioned once or 6,000 times over the past 15 years that a lot of games are won and lost in the 7th inning.
It bears repeating, JD.
The Astros in a good spot here with the top of the order up.
Upstairs, and it's 2-0 now. Altuve has walked only twice.
So 2 schools of thought. Look one over, try to work a walk, or you're likely to get a cripple fastball here, try to put a big swing on one and go for extra bases. You went with plan A.
2-1. Well, he's hitting .327 right now. Been pretty successful doing it his way, even with the 2 walks and 113 at bats.
I think his way would have been to swing.
Yeah, that's true.
He didn't like to take pitches.
They've been setting him up. Now 3-1.
So here you go, same thinking here now. And a lot depends, the manager, generally they don't like to put take signs on. And the more you learn your hitters and you trust their strike zone judgment, if you trust a guy to swing at only pitches he can handle, then you're inclined to turn him loose. But if you see a guy who's willing, just loves to swing the bat and will chase bad balls in a situation like this, you might put a take on. He was taken all the way.
3-2 for Casilla. Casilla had an outstanding year last year for the Giants, going 7-2 with a 1.95 ERA, striking out 56 and 55 innings. He's from the Dominican. Began his career with Oakland. The Giants had signed him as a free agent prior to last season.
Giants bullpen has been outstanding today. Moda, Edlifson. Astros with a 4-run second, primarily due to the wildness of the starter Dan Runtzler.
Popped up. That might have been ball 4. It's in shallow right, and Keppinger handles out number 1. Jason Bourgeois follows. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. The Giants have had a very good bullpen this year, one of the best around. Some serious power arms. JD Martinez is on deck. Giants starters are second in ERA in the National League, only to the Phillies starters. Giants relievers tied with Atlanta. Fontenot in, hurries the throw over to Huff, 2 outs. The Giants and Braves relievers both with a 2.94 ERA coming into this game, and that's tied for the best in the league.
And we're talking about Brian Wilson not being available and now on the disabled list, but Sergio Romo also on the DL. This guy's having an unbelievable year. 167 ERA, 53 strikeouts in 37 innings, and a 154 batting average against for Romo. So Bochy, everywhere he turns, he's handcuffed. His lineup, bullpen.
Strike to Martinez.
Now the rotation with Sanchez hurt. It'll make for good viewing on that TV show that they're doing, Showtime. The franchise, I think it's called.
Franchise, yeah. Kevin has watched that show and he recommends it. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, this would be a good time to hit a home run.
Ooh.
You see Dave Clark giving the home run sign down there at third. Good time to put it on. Get out of there.
2-1. Astros had not faced Casilla before this season.
Right, those people behind home plate are waving to you. You see them?
No.
They're just waving.
They're not looking at
There they are. Now they're waving again.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah. We can see them from our center field camera. And they're Longhorn fans. Ooh. 3-2.
That's a nasty 3-1 pitch right there.
Yeah.
Not wanting to give in, and he breaks out a dandy of a slider.
Ground ball in the hole and on through into left field. Hit number 3 of the day for J.D. Martinez.
The birthday boy with 3 knocks now. And boy, nice job there after the good slider. Casilla didn't want to risk walking him, so he gets a little bit more of the plate with this one, and JD just whacks it into the left for a base hit.
Quite a homestand. And now he's aboard for Carlos Lee. He's 1 for 3. Carlos singled to right in the 5th inning. He struck out looking in the 1st and bounced into a force play in the 2nd. Fowler, strike 1. Seattle and Tampa Bay are tied 7-7 there in the bottom of the 8th in St. Petersburg. Asper Wells hit his 10th home run for Seattle. Pittsburgh 4, Cincinnati 3. They've played 6 at PNC Park.
They're a rain delay, aren't they? They were a while ago.
Looks like they're playing again now. Joey Votto hit number 22 for the Reds. Garrett Jones number 15 for the Buccos. Boston 3, Kansas City nothing. Bottom of the 7th. No balls, 2 strikes. Phillies lead 3-2 at Washington after 5.
They're in a delay. A lot of rain on the East Coast.
Boy, there has been.
Carlos has not gone deep in a while. August 6th, 38 at bats. Got Narveson.
He just has not had things for much of this homestand. Tap a shortstop, cutting over the 3rd sacker, and Sandoval underhands for the force play to Keppinger. No runs a hit and a man stranded after 7, 4-4 tie.
Hyundai. People are talking about Hyundai uncensored. See what they're saying at Hyundai.com.
Bonnie Ray. People are talking. Let's give them some.
The paid attendance. It's a 4-4 game. Escalona versus Huff in the 8th. Strike one. Aubrey Huff doubled and scored in the second inning on the 3-run Belt homer, and he walked in the 6th. Escalona struck out Sandoval.
Huff got Escalona last night. Took him deep on a high fastball.
That's right. 1-1. But that little guy is enjoying the day, isn't he?
Yep, he's high spirits.
2 balls and a strike. Arizona got swept at Atlanta 1-0 today. Hudson the winner. Coleman lost it. Kimbrel got his 39th save.
Hudson to Venters to Kimbrel. That's a tough trifecta to get a lot done against.
That's exactly the way it went today too. That one crowds Huff. It's a full count now. Venters has 27 holds and a 1.11 ERA. Kimbrel 39 saves and a 1.72.
A whole lot of punch outs in that Braves bullpen.
Escalona over. He drops it now. Turns and flips, and on one bounce, safe at first.
Oh, I'm not sure. Arguing that Carlos came off the bag, but it looked like he was able to hang in there.
Lance Barksdale with a safe call. And Carlos got up and went right after him.
And again, you know, umpires will tell you, boy, if you just make the play, take the pressure off of us. It looked like a fairly routine play that became anything but. Escalona it looked like he was in a hurry to glove the ball and then apply the tag. And Carlos did a real nice job. And I think he was able to hang on there.
Looked like it. Puts on the base there, and he's got possession of the ball.
It's a tough call. There's a whole lot going on. A one-hop throw coming inside the base runner. And it's very difficult. You don't know where that play ultimately is going to be made as an umpire. It's just a heck of a play by Carlos, but unfortunately, I think Lance missed it.
That'll have to be an error on Escalona.
We pin it on the umpire, but the primary responsibility is Escalona just wasn't able to make the play. Created that blown call opportunity, if you will.
He does draw the error. Now it's 1-0 to Shearholes. He's singled. He's been hit by a pitch. He scored twice. Fouls that one away.
Looked to me like Sergio was in a real hurry to try to get it and then apply a tag, and it kind of made him hurry things a little bit as opposed to just catching it and flipping it over there at first base.
That's the first error of this ball game. Belt is on deck. And Rodriguez warming up for Houston. It's 2 balls, no strikes. 2-1 rather in the battle of the bullpens here. The Astros will have Paredes, Barmas, and Shuck due up in the bottom of the 8th.
It's a 242 hitter against lefties. All of his home runs have come against right-handed pitching.
There we go. Play ball. Barmas gets it on to second. Altuve. Nope. No double play. 1 out from 6-4. Shearholes on. Time now for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast, showing you Belt with a 3-run homer in the second.
Big strong kid, got a fastball middle in and down, and he knew exactly what to do with it. And there's the family. Where's home? Nacogdoches.
Yep. Went to high school in Lufkin. Born in Nacogdoches. 286 against lefties for Brandon Belt. Then he singled in the 4th inning off Henry Sosa. Strike to Belt.
The Shearholes really gets down the line. That looked like it'd be a fairly routine double play.
It sure did. Yeah, that was surprising. Ball was not hit all that hard.
Belt has he's kind of got a Dale Murphy body, doesn't he? Big, broad-shouldered, strong kid.
Yeah, about 6'5", limber. Not overly muscular, which can be very beneficial. He loops one into left, a single for Belt, third hit of the game. Shearer holds to second. Now it's Fontenot batting. Fontenot with the sac fly in the fourth inning tied at 4-4, and it's been tied ever since.
Afraid of left-handers here, but finally Bruce Bochy's going to pinch hit. Miggy Tejada coming out of the dugout to hit for Fontenot here. And now the Astros immediately look towards their bullpen to see if their right-hander's ready. Tip of the hat from Jamie Quirk out there says yes. Who's that, Fernando?
Yep, Fernando's been warming up. And Tejada 256 against lefties, 232 righties. So percentage play, and especially with Escalona having worked often recently, Brad Mills is going to go with percentages. Tejada's 1 for 5 in this series. Escalona, that error on him, that was a tough part of the inning, but now it's over for him. It's 4-4, and he hopes that Fernando Rodriguez can bail him out. It's 4-4 back in a moment. Fernando Rodriguez has come out of the bullpen, inheriting runners at first and second with one out. And pinch hitter Miguel Tejada will be facing a right-hander with a 2-1 record and a 3.00 ERA.
The scoring coming relatively early in this ball game, but there's been plenty of opportunities. Some nice work by the bullpens, getting out of some jams, some intriguing plays, and another interesting situation now as Miguel Tejada comes off the bench to pinch hit off Fernando Rodriguez. As we mentioned earlier, he's been through the fire here lately. He's had a lot of high leverage situations.
He came in last night, 1/3 of an inning, giving up 1 hit, 2 runs. 239 for Tejada, 4 homers. He's driven in 26 in a double play situation here. Little tap. Fernando comes over, can't play it. Farmers can't play it. The bases are loaded. On a pinch hit, infield single for Tejada.
Comes under the category of really.
Yeah.
Coming in, you're looking for the ground ball. You get him to top a curveball, but he just doesn't hit it hard enough for anybody to make a play on it. Brady started to break, then he thought Fernando would have a play on it, so he kind of bailed out on the play. And there was no real reason for Jimmy to quit on that play. There was nowhere else for him to go but to pursue that ball. Whether he would have been able to make a play or not, I don't know.
Now bases loaded, 1 out, and it's catcher Chris Stewart 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch, and then in the 7th inning he was caught in that rundown on the great diving stop by Paredes. One of the big plays of this game. It's a foul for strike 1. Giants are getting ready to pinch hit with Mark DeRosa on deck. Pitcher spot due up next.
Tejada's been used. Cabrera's been used. Rowan is still on the bench, and then Sanchez, the backup catcher, is a switch hitter. He's also available.
Just called up from the minor. Squeeze is on, and the bunt is fouled.
About that. Bases loaded squeeze play.
That's a Don Zimmer kind of play.
and again, Bruce Bochy just so fearful of the inning-ending double play. And Stewart's not a real good hitter, so he's gambling there, putting the squeeze on.
Jeremy Affeldt, the left-hander, warming up. Giants 3 for 9 with men in scoring position.
Don Zimmer was once known to put on a bases-loaded hit and run.
Yeah. That's right. Fernando Rodriguez has retired 26 of 33 first batters in the game. Missing there with a breaking ball, goes to 2-2. He's inherited 15 base runners, allowing 3 to score. Boy, if he doesn't allow anybody to score here, that'll be a whale of a job.
Well, there's nothing compared to that game in L.A.
That's true. Bases loaded, nobody out.
In the bottom of the 9th.
Game on the line, scoreless, and he got out of it. In the air, and it backs up to left fielder Martinez, which should give the runner at third a chance to score. And here's the throw to the plate, and the throw is there in time. And he got it!
Do it all, birthday boy.
J.D. Martinez with a throw to the plate. Plenty of strength on that throw to get Shearholz. And Corporon is limping away from home plate. He took a blow on the double play to preserve the tie.
Wow, what a play. Tim Flannery coming down the line where Shearholz decides to slide, and Carlos able to block him out.
And the catch, and then Martinez. This is the best throw we've seen him on cork, on the fly to the plate for a double play.
Yeah, if ever there's a time to sell out, not worry about cutoff men or anything like that, it's when the potential winning run is streaking down the third baseline late in the game. Shearholz, it's a hard play for the base runner. The throw's coming from behind you. The catcher doesn't give away where the ball is. You're not sure whether to try to go the back door, whether to hit him, whether to slide. You just react to what you see from your on-deck hitter. He's going to let you know. And just a perfect play by Martinez from the very beginning of the way he set up behind the ball to have some momentum coming into that throw.
That's ball one to Jimmy Paredes, who has a couple of hits. Clint Barmas on deck. And Shuck is due up third.
Second man the Giants have had thrown out at the plate in this series. Sevick got one, and now J.D. Martinez is Corcoran able to block Schierholtz off a home plate.
That was one tremendous job by Corcoran of blocking him off. He just dropped that knee, threw up a roadblock, and he was hurting when he left. Casilla on the appeal to third got the swing.
That's precisely why a lot of times it makes more sense to hit the catcher than to try to slide. Trying to blow him out of there and jar the ball loose and nothing else.
Tejada staying in to play shortstop after pinch hitting for Fontenot. Paredes fouls it. 2-2. Yeah, two things. One, the throw on the fly, just a tremendously strong and accurate throw. Second, Major League outfield assist for J.D. Martinez. That got it earlier to Corcoran so he could set up, and then he just dropped that left leg and threw up a barrier, but then he was bent over backwards on that collision. Hold out to shortstop. Tejada with a throw. One out in the home eighth inning. Fernando Rodriguez once again gets out of bases loaded trouble.
Start calling him Houdini, Brownie.
Absolutely. For two with a walk.
Or maybe David Blaine. Maybe we need to modernize it a little bit.
Yeah. It's out to center field. Cody Ross. Two down for Casilla. He's pitcher number 4 for the Giants. The Astros have used 5 hurlers. Wilton Lopez at 2/3 of an inning allowed 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and a strikeout. He hit a batter. Escalona 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 1 strikeout. Now it's Shuck. Efrod got the fly ball, and it looked as if, to me anyway, that it would be deep enough to score the go-ahead run. But what a play! Just a tremendous job. Shuck grounded out earlier. It's ball 1. Just watching JD, he had to back up a couple steps when that ball went in the air, and the way Schierholtz had run earlier in the inning, he surprised us beating out that would-be double play ball. But that's still not a real long throw in this ballpark. Nonetheless, what great execution. 1-1. Yeah.
Plenty of arm to play left field in the big leagues, and especially in this yard.
Shot on the ground, 1 hopper. Tejada makes it a 1-2-3 8th inning. We move to the 9th, and it's tied 4-4.
Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Game inside Minute Maid Park close to the ninth inning, still tied at 4. Every play-by-play, Bill Brown and Jim DeShay.
Thank you, Greg. And in this 4-4 game, we've had all kinds of maneuvering, and that will continue right here with Aaron Rowan, the pinch hitter. And Casilla, in 2 innings, allowed 1 hit, no runs. And no walks, no strikeouts. Rowan, 236, 4 homers, driven in 21. Each club with 7 hits. The Astros have the only error. Rowan 0 for 4 in this series. He was the starter on Friday night. He hits that one on a line. That's a hit into left field. And a quick release back to J.D. Martinez into second base to hold him to a single. He got rid of that ball very quickly. Pinch single for Rowan.
And J.D. doing it with his arm last inning, and now the legs, the speed. He's not a burner, but a little bit of speed there to be able to get over and cut that ball off and preventing a leadoff double. Because off the bat, that's what I thought Rowan had.
3 pinch hits for the Giants today. Cabrera, Tejada, and now Rowan. And it's Cody Ross 0 for 4. Oh, that throw sails off the mitt of Lee. Now he gets tangled up with Rowan. Rowan to second. The throw from Altuve to Marvin. He's out.
The Giants are going to argue interference here.
Yeah, they are.
The players are all up on the rail, and Bruce Bochy not coming out. Rowan got tangled up with Carlos Lee, but Lance Barksdale immediately signaled no interference, no obstruction. Just a couple of guys getting tangled up. Boy, you got to be kidding me that this breaks your way. An Aaron pickoff throw. Rowan is out, and Bochy just beside himself, I'm sure, in that dugout going, you got to be kidding me. What can happen next?
Now Ross takes, and it's a curveball for a strike. Rowan tagged out by Barmas on Altuve.
They work on that play all the time. The Aaron pickoff throw. Throwing it off the little concrete bottom of the railing over there. Just a perfect carom to Altuve.
No balls, 2 strikes. That's a killer for the Giants. They got a pinch hit from the leadoff guy in the inning. Rowan, and now he's gone for out number 1. Ross is behind 0-2 in the count. 1-2. The Giants stung the Astros with the 3-run Belt homer in the second inning, but the Astros answered with 4 in their second, and the Giants tied it with a sac fly in the 4th from Fontenot, and it has stayed 4-4 ever since the middle of the 4th. 2-2. Jeremy Affeldt probably gets the bottom of the 9th inning for San Francisco. Foul back. Giants have a day off tomorrow. The Astros have no such luxury. They're going to be playing in Coors Field, which can eat up a bullpen. Three and 2. Giovanni Gallardo is now a 14-game winner. He was the Milwaukee winner today over the Mets. Strike 3. Ross strikes out for the 3rd time in a row.
Number 7 just clinging to that inside corner to finish off Ross. Yes.
Now with 2 outs, it's Keppinger batting. He's 0 for 4. Astros with Corporan due to lead off the bottom of the 9th inning. Then have the pitcher spot due up second and Altuve third. Clevenger looks at ball one. Detroit held off Cleveland 8-7 today. Ubaldo Jimenez the loser in that game. Detroit got 7 in the 3rd inning. See how many of those he gave up, but net result, Jimenez a loser and Cleveland a loser, and that really stings the Indians' cause. They try to come from behind and make up ground on Detroit here in the last 5 weeks of the season. The Tigers now have a 4.5 game edge on the Tribe. One-two to Clevenger. Jimenez gave up 8 earned runs in 3 1/3 innings.
Astros will see one of the kids acquired in the Jimenez deal on Tuesday. Alex White.
Okay. Foul. Was he a first-round pick, JD?
I do not know.
Boot says he was. We look at the play at the plate. Corporan blocking off Shearholes, and the guy in the red shirt was all over it. Make him umpire for a day. He's umpiring from right there.
He just returns to his normal quiet life.
He'll go to the office tomorrow carrying a briefcase. Can't even remember what he did. Might be a little sore.
He might work for the ball club, Brandon. Says Astros season ticket manager on the show.
Oh, okay. You don't know him.
You need to find out. I like his passion.
Yeah, you know it. He'll be out there going nuts at that company softball game they have right after the season ends.
One more play like that, and he's going to jump in Drayton's lap.
Corporan's had a rough day back there. Man, has he been through the mill today. Rodriguez has thrown 20 pitches. Clevenger puts that one out of play. He is really tough to finish off, as Astros fans well know.
I haven't looked lately, but before we traded him, shortly before we traded him, I remember checking one more time, and at that point he had yet to swing and miss at a fastball in the strike zone all year.
Bill Brown, Jim DeShays, Patty Smith, Greg Lucas informing you of those facts about Clevenger not being defeated on a fastball in the strike zone all year. It's a 4-4 game meanwhile in the 9th inning. Curveball, oh, so close. Giants got a 3-run homer from Belt in the 2nd. It has stayed tied 4-4 since the Giants got a run in the 4th. Clevenger again fouls off that fastball in the zone.
Well, you know, he's got quick hands. He stays back. He's not really trying to get the head out in front and knock the ball out of the ballpark. That's not his game. So it's that approach that allows him to see the ball, to stay back a little bit longer, and to fight off that good fastball, and to see that curveball and be able to lay off of it.
Curveball grounded through the left side. There was a big hole there, and Clevenger rolled it on through into left field. He's aboard with a 2-out single, and that gets Sandoval to the plate.
Time curveball elevated a little bit. Clevenger able to take advantage.
Sandoval is 0 for 4.
Well, now here's where it gets dicey, because Wright and Escalona have both been used, and now the left-handed bats come up one more time for the Giants. It's been a miserable day so far for Sandoval, but he's a tough guy to keep down all afternoon long. Nothing for 4, a couple of punch outs, a double play, and a pop up to third.
Ball 1 is way outside. Cincinnati's batting in the 9th, trailing Pittsburgh 4-3. Pittsburgh signing Jose Tabata, the outfielder, to a contract extension.
6 years.
Interesting timing on that one. He's been hurt most of the year.
And, a young guy that they've just identified as the guy who they figure is going to be a central piece of their lineup, and so they eat up his arbitration years and cut into his free agency a little bit. He's only a second-year guy. Cost certainty is what they've got now. They don't have to deal with that arbitration.
Okay.
Fight that process.
Two balls and a strike to Sandoval. Boston 6, Kansas City 1, top of the 8th in KC. Only a real race, New York and Boston. High fastball works for strike 2 there. Yankees a half game ahead of the Red Sox. Phillies and Washington tied 3-3. They're in the top of the 8th at Washington with a big pitch coming here for Rodriguez. And he's been moving that ball around on Pablo. Gets him to go for the high heater again.
Yeah. He hasn't really come all that close to the strike zone, but he's got 2 strikes on Sandoval.
Sandoval, as you indicated, though, is one of those guys who can hit a pitch out of the strike zone a long way. Fouls that one away. Cargo has hit his 21st for the Rockies, but they're trailing the Dodgers 3, the Rockies 2 at Coors Field, bottom of the 6th inning. Finally get to see the Rockies in person starting tomorrow night. Brett Myers, the leadoff man on the road trip for the Astros starting rotation. Off the leg of Rodriguez, it goes out to shortstop, and that's going to be an infield hit. For Sandoval, runners at first and second now for Aubrey Huff. Third hit of the inning.
The Giants haven't scored since the 4th, but they've had a lot of traffic.
Doug Brocail goes out.
Just reading I've pulled up the rule book here online, and I'm reading the rule on obstruction, and I think the Giants might have had a case.
Do you?
To argue obstruction on Carlos with Rowan there last inning.
How so?
Well, obstruction is the act of a fielder who, while not in the possession of the ball and not in the act of fielding the ball, impedes the progress of any runner. It is entirely up to the judgment of the umpire as to whether a fielder is in the act of fielding a ball. After a fielder has an attempt to field the ball and missed, he can no longer be in the act of fielding the ball. For instance, like an infielder who dives for the ball and then he lays there on the ground and gets tangled up with the base runner. That would be obstruction.
Ball 1 to Huff.
There's no implication in the rule book that there has to be intent.
It's interesting.
I'm surprised Bochy didn't at least argue.
Nice ball just off the plate, makes it 2-0 to Huff. Well, you saw Barksdale indicate that there was not going to be a call on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that must have been Bochy's cue that it was pointless to go out. Third ball, now 3-0 to Huff.
I don't know how much. When I played for Tom Kelly, he almost never argued with the umpires, which I think is effective because when he did, they really listened. Because they said, "Uh-oh, we must have blown one here."
True. Three balls and a strike to Aubrey Huff.
It's interesting because if Huff were taking all the way there, you wouldn't have seen that little half check swing. So 3-0, he had the green light, but he was just late getting it started.
He's late there, and it's 3-2 now. Oh, with 2 outs, runners at first and second will be moving on this next one to Huff. Ten hits for the Giants now, 7 for the Astros. The Giants have stranded 7 to Houston's 6-man left on. Now turn back towards second, where Keppinger's the runner. White Sox are blasting Texas 10-0 in the home 8th inning. Runners go, and it's ball 4 to load the bases for Shearholes. That's Huff's second walk of the day, and Shearholes has been on twice with a single, and he's been hit by a pitch. David Carpenter was warming up much earlier in the day. He's out there again now in this 4-4 game. Broken bat, a fly ball. Bourgeois calling in right center. And the guy you want on the mound with the bases loaded is Fernando Rodriguez. No runs, 3 hits, 3 left. 4-4.
This season, subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Astros game live or on demand on your computer and your favorite devices. Visit Astros.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Bill?
Thanks, Patty. We have maneuvering now by Bruce Bochy. Going to the bottom of the 9th inning. He's made several changes, including the new pitcher, Jeremy Affeldt. Aaron Rowan, after pinch hitting, stays in the game. He is in left field. Brandon Belt has moved from left field to first base. Aubrey Huff coming out of the game. The new pitcher goes into Huff's number 4 spot in the lineup. He's a veteran lefty, Jeremy Affeldt, coming in for the bottom of the 9th.
Affeldt's been a pretty sturdy setup man over the years, working for the 60th time here in 2011. Tough on lefties. He's now just one Ernie here in the second half of the season.
Carlos Corporan leads it off. Matt Downs is on deck with the pitcher's spot due up second. Jose Altuve due to bat third. Affeldt throws, strike 1. Corporan 0 for 3 in this game. Santiago Casilla with 2 innings of 1-hit shutout ball. Had no walks and no strikeouts. Affeldt pitcher number 5 for Bochy.
game has had the feel of an extra inning game since about the 7th inning.
It has. Absolutely. Curveball comes in for Affeld, and it's 1-2.
Fastball about 93 miles an hour. That good big breaking ball we just saw from Affeld. He's also got a split finger pitch.
Last year he pitched 53 times with a 4.14 ERA. Jeremy, 32 years old, 3rd round pick of Kansas City, 97 from Phoenix.
Did some starting for the Royals when he first came up. Did not have a lot of success in that role. Moved to the bullpen. Oh, we got a little hit by pitch there.
Yeah.
Well, Boch wants to talk about this one.
Back foot. Yeah, Poperon pointed down there, and then he got the call from Field and Colbert. Didn't see it. Did you?
I couldn't on that replay.
Carlos pointed down there. The pitch was caught by Stewart, which doesn't mean it didn't hit his foot and glance off it, but Colbert is not going to just be talked into something by the batter. It's something he had to have heard or seen in some way, or he wouldn't have called it that way. Well, maybe it just glanced off the very top of his foot.
Might have hit the flap of his shoe.
Might have. Now we get a different pinch hitter. Angel Sanchez comes up in a bunting situation.
Bogusevic's in a pinch run.
Gives the Astros a lot better base runner now. Could be scoring the winning run. Sanchez with 9 sacrifice bunts. Sandoval's in very tight. Pulls the bat back, and that's ball 1. Sanchez 0 for 3 in this series, 0 for 4 on the homestand. Altuve's on deck. Angel got the start at second base Friday night. That's a strike. It's even at 1-1. He is the specialist who is sent up to pinch bunt in these situations, usually by Brad Mills. Tied for 8th in the league with those 9 sacrifices. 15 final at-bat wins for the Astros. Takes a strike.
Not bad for a club that's won 42 games all year.
True. 1-2 now.
I don't know if that slogan works. We don't win often, but we win in dramatic fashion.
Tejada and Keppinger at double play depth. Not bunting there, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now a full count. And now a decision. Brad Mills about perhaps sending the base runner.
Yep. What are you most concerned with? The ground ball double play or the strikeout double play? And I think Brad wants him to go based on that wave of the left hand. He said, well, let's go. Let's send him.
Not so subtle suggestion. And the throw goes over.
That's the fear with a lefty. You're less likely to get a good jump off the lefty. You got to hesitate just a little bit to make sure he goes home. So if he gets a swing and a miss or a called strike 3, you're more vulnerable to be thrown out at second base.
Stewart has thrown very well this year. Runner going, and it's ball 4. 2 men on, nobody out for Altuve.
And you have to trust your hitter too, because with a base runner moving, some hitters get a little antsy in that situation, will chase a bad ball.
Dave Righetti's on his way.
It was wildness That led to the Astros 4 runs in the second, and same thing here now as they try to win this game. Hit batter and a walk. It would only be appropriate if J.D. Martinez came up and drove in the game-winning run with the day he's having.
Absolutely. Now Altuve, who had the RBI single in the second inning, 1 for 4. With Bourgeois on deck.
And you got to believe he's bunting here.
That's the thought anyway. One sacrifice bunt. And he has failed to get some of those attempts down. He has not been called upon to sacrifice very much at all this season with his .389 minor league batting average. Strike one to him. Astros won 6-5 in the bottom of the ninth Tuesday night to beat the Cubs on that pinch slam. A bunt is a good one. Sandoval throws to first, barely got him. And the sacrifice for Altuve, a beauty. Runners at second and third, 1 out.
Can't do it any better than that, boy. He laid down a dandy. Almost beat it, but he got the job done. No option other than first base for Sandoval. That pushes the winning run to third base with just 1 out. Might have been safe.
Really close.
Infield in, outfield is very shallow. Have to be in a position to make a throw home to get Bogusevic.
Now they beat at the mound. Very, very close call at first. It appears that that was the proper call by Lance Barksdale. Looked like they got him by an eyelash. Bourgeois is 0 for 3 with a walk. Jason has driven in 13 runs this season. He's hit .306 with men in scoring position.
Felt likes to bury that curveball. Back foot on a right-handed hitter. It's a pitch that gets bounced a lot. Bogusevic has to be ready for ball in the dirt.
Three out of 6 times Bourgeois has driven in that runner from third with less than 2 outs. In tight, snap throw to third, bounces, and it's blocked by Sandoval's chest.
Lucky to come up and get him in the face.
It almost did. Yeah, he's hurting a little bit right now. Pretty close to the throat.
He knows the play is gone. There's no chance to get Bogusevic. He's just got to square up and knock it down. Not bad thinking by the Giants, though. Desperate times. Take a shot at the man, try to pick somebody off.
In tight to Bourgeois, and it's 2-0 now. Martinez on deck.
Trying to run that heater in on the hands of Bogusevic, or Bourgeois, excuse me, trying to induce some weak contact.
He takes a strike. 2-1. Because of the nature of his situation, the outfielders have to be shallow enough to make a play at the plate on Bogusevic. They are shallow. Foul back, 2-2. Outfield has a 0.98 ERA in his last 34 games.
Good job laying off that. That ball was in the strike zone a good while.
3-2 now.
Sweeping breaking ball finishes off the plate inside. Tough pitch for a hitter to lay off of, especially an aggressive hitter like Bourgeois, he loves to swing the bat.
Ross is over in right center. And ball 4 loads the bases. So Bourgeois wanted the situation there that the Giants really didn't have to throw a lot of strikes to him, and he took the walk. Now they can get a double play with a force out at any base and go to the 10th inning.
Well, here we go. Get the right man up. Mr. Birthday Boy.
It's been a great birthday already.
Mean he doesn't have any career walk-off hits yet? Been in the league 3 weeks.
Fly ball goes outside the right field line and back out of play.
94-mile-an-hour fastball, up a little bit.
Carlos Lee's on deck. Martinez with a double to left in the first, 2-run single to right in the second, single to left in the 7th. He's thrown out a runner at the plate. Strike, and he's down in the count 0-2 now.
Adopt an off-field approach here, try to stay back and just fight it off. The Giants outfielders have moved in even a little bit more.
All through shallow, which they have to be. Strike 3 call. 2 outs, and it's Carlos Lee now.
Looking away, and I felt able to clip the inside part of the plate with that fastball. Looking away or looking for that breaking pitch.
Oh, Carlos, who earlier this year hit his 16th grand slam, is 1 for 4 today. Takes a curve for strike 1. He's hitting .255 this season with men in scoring position. 1 for 8 with the bases loaded. It's 1-1.
Both these guys have been in the league a good long while. I felt he's got the upper hand on Carlos.
Leans back from ball 2. Carlos hit his grand slam in St. Louis on July 25th. Single here would do him very well on a Sunday afternoon in a 4-4 game with 2 outs and the bases loaded in the 9th. Out to left field, rolling in, and extra innings come to Minute Maid Park on this Sunday. Astros leave the bases loaded in the 9th, and it's 4-4.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Several more changes as Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies will tell us about as we go to the 10th inning.
And right here on Texas Avenue, it's a 4-4 ball game as the 10th inning arrives. We'll tell you about those changes. Humberto Quintero is in to do the catching for the Astros. Carlos Corporan took that blow at the plate on the double play in the 8th inning. And he was hit by the pitch in the bottom of the 9th. Mark Melanson with 13 saves and 17 opportunities, 6 wins, 3 losses, comes in for the 10th.
Got save number 13 last night. And there's the game summary. J.D. Martinez 3 for 5 with a couple driven in. He threw out Sherholtz at the plate to end the 8th. Giants bullpen has been really sturdy. They have pitched in support of Dan Runtzler, who came out of the bullpen to make the start. We got all manner of rally caps going on here today. Popcorn head. Looking for a little karma.
Brandon Belt with 3 hits today, including a 3-run homer in the 2nd inning, leading it off. And taking the high fastball, 1-0. Fernando Rodriguez worked an inning and 2/3. He allowed 4 hits and no runs, and 1 walk and 1 strikeout. That's roped to right center field. Over to play at Shuck. He gets a throw back in, and well played by Shuck in right. 4 hits for Belt.
Well, it's twice in this ball game where a little extra speed in the outfield has paid off. Martinez able to keep Rowan to a single earlier. Now Shuck tracking this one down from Brandon Belt. What appeared to be a double off the bat. It turns into a long single because of Shuck's speed out there in right field. Well done.
First 4-hit game as a major leaguer for Belt near his hometown. Miguel Tejada came up as a pinch hitter and rolled an infield hit to shortstop in the 8th inning. Double play possibility here, so the Astros want to keep Belt close at first. And Miggy has had a wonderful career. He is not fast, and at this stage the Astros would love to see a double play ball. He's grounded into 9. He takes strike 1. In fact,
set the record when he's with the Astros.
Yeah, that's true.
Or came close to it anyway.
He also set the record for hits in a season by an Astros shortstop, so he can do both. But Jeff Bagwell took note of the career RBI totals of Tejada when they were up on the screen last night. More than 1,200. Tremendous slugging career for a shortstop. 1 ball, 1 strike on the appeal. It's denied by Lance Parksdale.
2008, Miggy grounded into 32 double plays. I believe that's a National League record.
304 home runs. He's now 37. Drove in 71 last year.
There we go.
Altuve with a flip. Farmas up and over, double play. 3rd double play for the Astros.
Why didn't I play hit and run?
Yeah.
That second baseman would have been covering.
Well, that's true.
There's no guarantee the second baseman would have been covering.
Now Stewart. Chris takes, and there's strike 1.
Sometimes you like to leave your second baseman home and have the shortstop covered, because a base hit to left is only going to leave you a first and second situation, but a base hit to right is going to be a first and third situation.
Fly ball goes to right field. Shuck is underneath it. And that's the top of the 10th. No runs, a hit. We go to the bottom half, and it's tied 4-4. extra inning games. The Giants are 10-7 in games that go beyond the ninth. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Jimmy Paredes to lead it off. He is 2 for 4 for Houston today. Clint Barmas will be in the on-deck circle, and then J.B. Shuck is due up third in the frame. Paredes has 2 singles to right field in the second and fifth innings. 11 hits for the Giants, 7 for the Astros. The Astros have the only error in the game. Jeremy Affeldt begins his second frame with a curve for strike one.
That's a nice weapon. We can drop that first pitch curveball in there for strike one.
2 hopper, Tejada. That's 1 out. The Giants escaping bases loaded, 1 out trouble in the ninth inning. Striking out Martinez looking and getting Lee on the fly ball to left. Barmas is 0 for 3 with a walk. Rockies just got 2 in the home 7th inning to grab the lead over the Dodgers 4-3. One walk-off homer for Clint. Ball 1 to him. With Shuck on deck. Seth Smith at his 14th home run today for the Rockies. James Loney, number 6 for the Dodgers.
Change up there from Affeldt.
Well, you mentioned earlier his experience as a starting pitcher. And he's putting that into play here now as he's facing his 8th batter in this game.
Throws that breaking ball down and in on Barmas. That's a pitch Clint could do some damage with.
Yeah, that catches his swing plane pretty well, doesn't it? 2-1. Phillies 4, Washington 3. Phil's just got a run in the top of the ninth. Out to left center field, Rowan. And it's 2 outs for Affeldt.
Roy Oswalt, very good for the Phillies last night. Maybe his best start of the year.
Yeah.
Big shutout.
J.B. Shuck twice as grounded out in this game.
Normally you don't think bunt with 2 outs and nobody on base, but with Sandoval off the line and a tough lefty out there, wouldn't be stunned to see JB try to push a bunt down that third base line.
Strike 1 to him. Quintero's on deck.
If you're going to bunt for a hit in this situation, then you got to be willing to try to steal second base.
True.
And that's the goal. 2 outs, find a way to get into scoring position.
Little tap back to Affeldt. He can't play it. It's by him, and that's an infield hit for Shuck. Just as good as a bunt. Affeldt reached down with a bare hand and grabbed nothing but air.
Pitchers today not really representing the pitchers union on the mound defensively all that well. You know, we criticize all the time for not being athletic and a little sloppy. Just got caught in between. Should I go get it? Should I back up?
Now Quintero comes up for the first time, and Matt Downs is on deck. Pitcher spot due up next. That strike 1 call to Q. Took over for Carlos Corporan. Quintero, a .254 hitter with 2 homers, has driven in 20. He's had 189 at bats this year. And he shoots one up the right field line, but it's foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Shuck back to first. Toronto and Oakland are scoreless. They're in the bottom of the 6th at Oakland.
Bautista scratched today with a lingering neck problem. That's been bothering him for a while now.
Sure has. And the throw goes to first. It's a bad one.
Oh my.
Well,
yeah. Again, the pitchers covering themselves in glory. Pitching's been good. They've worked out of some jams, but fielding and throwing to the base has been kind of ugly here.
Way outside. 1-2 to Quintero. Boston down Kansas City 6-1. Win number 13 for John Lester. Carl Crawford hit his 8th homer. Yankees kept pace, beating Minnesota 3-0. A shutout for Ivan Nova.
Nova's been pretty darn good for them.
13-4, JD. Mariano Rivera got his 33rd save.
And not getting a whole lot of play. And how do you do that pitching for the Yankees? True. As well, as well as he's pitched, it seems like there'll be a lot more talk about Nova.
Well, their general manager is looking very, very good for not going out and getting a starting pitcher right now, Brian Cashman. They could still do that. Fly ball to right toward the line. Sure holds there to send this game to the 11th inning. Still tied 4-4.
Beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Skyline of downtown to the inside of Minute Maid Park as we get set to start the 11th. Lanson's still on the mound, and here again is Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies.
Yeah, extra innings are kind of wild, so we're feeding the wild side today, Greg. Thank you for that. Mark Melanson ready for inning number 2. He faced only 3 batters in the 10th thanks to the double play ball with Tejada hitting. And now in the 11th inning, it's Aaron Rowan leading it off. He came off the bench to single in the 9th and then stayed in to play the outfield. That's strike 1 to Rowan. As JD mentioned, Melanson got the save last night, coming in with a couple of men on base. 13th save of the year.
Cutter to start here. Looking at 1 for strike 1, following 1 back for strike 2. Now Melanson's got him backed into a corner. Swing and miss curveball down is the plan. Didn't get it there.
Altuve to his left.
Still got his man.
We're out number 1. Melanson has pitched scoreless ball his last 3 trips to the mound on this homestand.
Yeah, what I like about Melanson, there's a lot of, especially young guys when they come into the league and they work towards the back of the bullpen, it's all about just overpowering hitters with their stuff, and he certainly has good stuff, but he pitches, he locates that cutter, good curveball. He can reach back and give you a little 95.
Ross looks at ball 1. Ross 0 for 5 today with 3 punch outs.
Cutter's such an important pitch for him because the curveball sometimes, because there's such a big break, can be hard to control. So when he's trying to get ahead, that cutter is a way to throw a pitch with a little movement but still be willing to throw it in the strike zone.
2-0 for Mark Melanson.
I suspect we're going to see a big swing here.
3-0 to Ross. He's had some big swings today.
Well, I was going with the theory that he's 0 for 5 and he's punched out 3 times in a row and he's sitting 2-0. If you can look for a heroic swing of the bat. He's got pop.
Sounds logical. Yes, he does. But he takes a walk. And Ross is on for Keppinger now.
7th, 8th, and 9th innings, the Giants left 7 men on base. So there's much more the feeling of, man, did we let some opportunities get away in the Giant dugout than there is in the Astros. Of course, the Astros had their great chance in the bottom of the 9th.
Both clubs have stranded 10 for the game. Keppinger singled in the 9th inning. Giants have hit into 3 double plays. In one game this year, they hit into 5 double plays in 5 consecutive innings.
It's impressive.
Last year, they led the National League by hitting into 158. That was a franchise record.
Here we go again. Does Bruce Bochy play a little hit and run with Keppinger?
Good man with a bat. Strike one.
Well, with Carlos Lee holding Ross on over there at first base and the Astros pinching for a double play, he's got a lot of room on the right side of the infield, and that's exactly what he had in mind with that swing. Trying to shoot one through the hole.
Pitch out that time. 1-1. The Giants hit into a big league record 7 double plays against the Astros in 1969.
That's just bad managing. Right? After the 5th, you got to start a base runner, bunt, do anything to stay out of the double play.
Time was called.
Of course, if it's McCovey and Mays up there hitting, you're just going to let them swing. I'm not sure who the principals were.
Tim Ray Hart might have been in that mix. We'd have to look.
Well, we'll get to that in the 15th inning.
Yeah. This game has that feel, doesn't it? There might be a 15th inning today.
Pretty good chance we're not going to catch Curb Your Enthusiasm when we get into Denver.
Fly ball goes out to center field. Bourgeois over in right center. Handles that one. 2 outs. I'm just watching Barmas before that pitch. These guys have been playing for a few hours right now. He was all tensed up, crouching down, getting ready for the play. And that's what you typically find with the middle infielders. His legs can get tired when you get to August.
Well, a lot of it too. You just got to be mentally tough. You got to realize, know what your job is, and stretch the legs between pitches, relax, and then as the pitcher comes set, get into go mode. Both infielders and outfielders.
Sandoval's the batter. He got a hit in the 9th inning. And there's strike one to him. Mark DeRosa. Whoa! Throw to first base. DeRosa's on deck.
Good time to take a shot for Q after the swing and miss.
Sandoval smokes one deep left center field. Bourgeois backing and now looking up. And that is a 2-run shot for Sandoval. Number 15. The Giants grab their first lead since the second inning, and it's now 6-4.
Mark's been bitten by the home run ball a few times this year. It was just a great swing of the bat by Sandoval. Not by much, but he got it done.
And they've scored 5 of their 6 runs on long balls today. Mark DeRosa, the pinch hitter, now taking strike 1. Well, Sandoval with a big swing of the bat gives the Giants a 2-run edge. That's 12 hits for them now. Belt had hit the 3-run homer in the second inning when they had the 3-0 lead. 1-1. The Giants, with Arizona losing 1-0 in Atlanta, can cut that lead to a game and a half over them. DeRosa takes, and it's ball 2. DeRosa drew a pinch walk last night. He was in the starting lineup at third base Friday night, had a double, a walk, and was hit by a pitch. So there's a look at it right now. Win number 68 in sight for the Giants. That's a foul ball into the seats. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It has not been easy today for Bochy. Starting a reliever, Dan Runsler, who lasted 1 2/3 innings, piecing it together out of the bullpen. Having the 3-0 lead in the second, but then the Astros got 4 in their half of the second. It's been tied from the 4th until a moment ago. And a strikeout of DeRosa ends the Giants' 11. They get 2 runs on 1 hit and lead it 6-4. They call on pitcher number 6 of the day, and he now is in that closing role. Ramon Ramirez. He's 2-1 with 2 saves in 3 opportunities, a 2.84 ERA and 50 2/3 innings. He has struck out 47. He takes over for the injured Brian Wilson.
Following Moda, Edlifson, Casilla, and Afelt to the mound. Sterling day for the Giants bullpen. I mean, they haven't been spotless, but they've been awfully darn good. Haven't given up any points. That's the bottom line.
And they've been called upon since the second inning of this game. Now it's Matt Downs, the former Giant, pinch hitting at 261. 6 homers, 27 runs batted in for Downs. And strike 1. Jeremy Affeldt in 2 innings allowed 1 hit, no runs. He had 2 walks, 1 hit batter, and 1 strikeout. He could be the winning pitcher. Altuve on deck as ball 1 comes in to Downs for a 1-1 count. Now the Astros are out of position players in this game. 1-2 to Downs. Ramirez has not given up a run in his last 3 outings. Prior to that, he had been getting hit hard. Off the end of the bat and out of play. Ramirez will turn 30 at the end of this month. He was with Boston before the Giants acquired him last season in a trade in July. Native of Venezuela. Began his career in the San Diego organization. He was released, then Cincinnati signed him. Downs tried to check his swing, but he's called for swinging, and that's a strikeout. Now Jose Altuve with the RBI single in the 2nd inning. He is 1 for 4.
Tight little slider off the outside edge. Downs trying to check. That angle looked like he did.
Upstairs, ball 1 to Altuve. Eight 2/3 innings of shutout relief to this point by the Giants relief corps. It's 1-1. Bouncer shortstop Tejada. 2 down. Giants relievers have allowed 5 hits in 9 scoreless innings of relief as of right now. Jason Bourgeois is the batter. 0 for 3 with a couple of walks. J.D. Martinez is on deck. Each club is stranded 10. That's ball 1 to Jason. He drew a walk in the 9th inning to load the bases. 1 ball, 1 strike. At that point, Jeremy Affeldt got tough, getting Martinez looking, and Lee on a fly ball to left. Bourgeois fouls it. 1-2. Giants are trying to head home to open their homestand Tuesday night against the Padres. They would be 68-60 if they win this one. Bourgeois fouls it, stays alive at a ball and 2 strikes. And caroms out onto the field.
J.D. Martinez over there in the on-deck circle just hoping for a chance at redemption after that bases loaded strikeout last time, ruining an otherwise very good day for him.
Foul back. 24th birthday. Just going so well for J.D. until he took that called 3rd strike in the 9th.
Nature of the game, isn't it? Boy, everything's kind of rolling along, having a big day. 3 hits, a couple of RBIs, throw a man out at the plate.
Yeah, that's baseball. In the air, foul. Belt giving chase, can't get to it. Astros will be in San Francisco for a 4-game series starting Thursday night. Tomorrow night it's Brett Myers and Yuli Chassin from Denver. Airtime will be 7 o'clock. Astros live. Tap is short. Sandoval cuts across, throwing to end it. And the Giants with a 1-2-3-11 from Ramirez nail it down. They avoid the sweep. And they go back home with a 4-6 record on this 10-game road trip, but they have shaved a game off the Diamondbacks' lead, which is now 1.5. Ramirez gets the save. Affeldt to win. Final score in the 11th is 6-4 San Francisco.